If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Woo! Saddle up and enjoy that Friday because it's beautiful here at the Fastport Studios, and this is Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack, and his side-by-side winner of the year, man, Andre. Hello.
Yeah, I got it. You are winner of the year, dude. You shouldn't even be here, man. I mean, you shouldn't be
Dude,
here.
you ain't lying.
I mean, there is a way that plays itself out that you are not here, my brother. So
Mentally, no.
You are the winner chicken dinner. You could have a scrambled brain. You could have a face with a disgrace. But instead, you're all intact and looking good, looking larger than life and twice as handsome.
Dre is here all day, baby.
2026, man.
Yeah.
Happy New Year on the 16th. I go all the way to the end of January.
All right.
Letting Jane Jezraoui know that right now.
Let her know.
Asked. She didn't know. She didn't know. You can go to the 15th. I say Happy New Year till January is over. I think the 54 days of January are necessary to kind of ring in the new year. Look, Dre, we got goats trying to break into retirement homes. We got an emu who was lassoed and handcuffed by a state trooper in Florida. But we're going to avoid all that stressful stuff on this freaky, feisty, flinty Friday and instead celebrate retired news anchor Jim Donovan. Jim Donovan of CBS, whose colorful collection of socks earned him the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest collection of soccerinos. That's right. Donovan said his colorful socks were noticed by viewers during his tenure on the air. Hey, I really don't care what Jim has to say, but those socks are looking pretty good. And fans started sending him new pairs to add to the collection. He's got one that is Cookie Monster, by the way.
Oh, dude, sign me up on that.
It's got like the eyes are like
Cookie.
really, you know what I'm saying? Including socks that bear Jim Donovan's own face. For all of you listening on Facebook. A lot of people have sent me socks over the years with my face on it. I know, it's a little crazy. No, Jim, it's a lot crazy. That's what he told the GWR, the Guinness World Records. He officially earned the title to coincide with his retirement. Guinness World Records confirmed his collection includes 1,531 unique pairs. Now, make this really clear. I don't mean that he's got like 10 black pairs of ankle highs.
Yeah.
It's 1,531 unique pairs.
Where do you store those? How do you store those?
You know,
does he hang them?
I should dig into this deeper, man.
Yeah.
I should do a little profile piece on old Jim Donovan, by the way. He officially earned the title to coincide with his retirement, by the way. The Guinness World Records confirmed his collection, 1,531 pairs. Donovan said breaking a Guinness World Record was kind of on his bucket list. Kind of up there, by the way. I want to do a workshop reading in London. Lindsay wants to do a one-person show, and on Jim's bucket list was the Guinness World Record.
All right, cool question on socks while we're on that topic. Are you a man that loves for them to match, and then do you have a fair share pair of socks?
I have a lot of socks.
Okay.
You know that because I often like to kind of, look.
Oh, yeah.
Look at my socks today.
Let me see. Oh, man, I'm slipping today. Ooh, that's a nice color, man.
Yeah, well, look, it goes with the, and it's all part of the
mean
matching.
And green.
Yeah, this is what Donovan told the GWR. I remember when I was 8 years old and my parents gave me a copy of the Guinness World Records book. Man, everybody, Jim's age, my age, all the people listening right now, their age, remember their copy of the Guinness Book of World Record. That, along with a copy of Ripley's Believe It or Else. I know, it's Believe It or Not. And I flipped through it thinking, boy, I wonder if I could beat some of these records one day. Hey, man, you ain't got to jump out of an airplane with your parachute on fire to get in the Guinness Book of World Record. Besides, you're never going to top Tom Cruise.
Dude, I'm feeling you, because that was me as a kid. Because did I ever tell you about the story about how my cousin was in Ripley's?
No.
Yeah, he was a karate. Well, I would say karate master, but he's got like so many different fields of mixed martial arts that
he's a martial arts master.
Yeah, he's a martial arts master, but I wouldn't say that because
Dre, he does mixed martial arts.
He does mixed martial arts, but he is a literal. Because man, I will tell you, some of those guys will get mad if you disgrace this, but he is a master in certain particular things in martial arts, like karate and all that stuff. But this guy went all over the world. But at some point, him and some of his guys that trained together and traveled together, they were on Ripley's Believe It or Not with a bunch of muscle men going at his neck, his chest,
His what? His neck?
his neck, punching his neck, punching his chest, his stomach, and his groin. And all he did was this. Heat! Every time. And he would piss him off and just make him punch him harder. And he still was like, come on, guys, that's all you got? All right, continue.
By the way,
Off the subject.
look, here's the deal.
Talk to me.
I can't get behind National Fig Newton Day. I really can't do that because it doesn't have any connection to socks anyway. And more importantly, I had a bad childhood accident involving Fig Newtons. And instead, I've been debating what I'm going to rally around today. Is it going to be National Boston Day? Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
You know, Boston Mike.
Yeah.
The Boston trucker. Hey, Dean Croak over at DAT. Maybe it's National Good Teen Day, which
Okay.
does have a connection to today's show. I want to say hi to my godson, Patrick Joseph, who is a terrific teen who got his Letterman's jacket freshman year in cross country and finished
Attaboy.
46th in the citywide Crescent City Classic. I mean, I'm talking about the people that win those things, dude, are from other countries. It's also National Fetish Day, and I'm not really quite sure if I am relieved or disappointed that we didn't have National Fetish Day the same day that we had the foot doctor. You guys can ponder that for a second here. It's also National Appreciate a Dragon Day. Just make sure you lay off that Puff the Magic if you're going to be a truck driver. It's International Hot and Spicy Food Day. Vindaloo! Vindaloo! And especially it's National Nothing Day.
Let's just sit in it. Let's just.
By the way, you ever been caught doing nothing? Shamed into feeling lazier than the average person?
Here and there.
Rest assured, that might not happen today. January 16th is National Nothing Day. National Nothing Day has been quote-unquote celebrated since 1973. Since the trappings and pomp of the holiday literally add up to nothing like its namesake, there's not a lot to tell. A mind teaser does occur to me, though, Dre.
Talk to me.
If you're doing nothing, aren't you doing something with nothing as the thing you're doing?
What is actually clarified as nothing?
Speaking of nothing better to do, is there anything better to do than give your heart to iHeart and the best transportation show in the known universe? So yak it up with us on YouTube and all the other places and faces you are listening on as I speak these words, and then subscribe to RadioNemo.com. You're going to want to do that because big things are always happening with Dave Nemo, Lindsay Lawler, and of course your friend Andre Thibodeau, who you should say, Cello! And you should say it at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO! God, we're intolerable.
I know. We got a lot of great stuff going on, by the way. We got a Fastport Focus. Speaking of Fastport, they are, in fact, the sponsors of the studio. Robert Gallery is going to be joining us under their banner as well. A good guy that our good friend BJ Ganem secured for us. He's an athlete as well. We'll be talking about what he is up to and what he's behind. The author, Jack Kelley, is going to be talking about Mr. Veins in Your Neck Patriot, Thomas Paine. Connor McAnally has us talking tough with his new book, Bullets in the Water. Christopher Mannino is going to help you bond with your kid on this Good Teen Day. He's got a book about bonding with your kid through play on this Good Teen Day. And we're going to top it all off with double L's CWN. Of course, that means Lindsay Lawler's Country and Western Music, because after all, she joins us at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. Friday's Friday. You know, literally Friday is the opposite of Monday. Monday is trucker-centric.
Yeah.
It's always trucker-centric in regards to the phone calls you guys give us and all the talking we do. But Mondays are trucker-centric. It's all about the rates and the lanes and the freights and all that kind of groovy stuff. Friday's just Friday.
Today is all kinds.
Both kinds.
Both kinds.
And your kind. And our kind. Hey, a lot of people are, in fact, Andre, you probably noticed this, yakking it up on the tube of you. Good morning, family. Be carefully traveling across I-90, western South Dakota. There's a 40-mile-per-hour wind and gust up to 80, with 85 miles per hour reported for quite some time until the 17th. Chowder will be chilling at home. Our good friend Scott Cooper, Coop, good morning, Big Cup of Joe. Andre and Jimmy Mack from snowy Chicago. Our good friend Ten Ring says, Cello! And, of course, all the other gang are kind of gathering, hustling and shaking. Lovey and Earl 504, as always. Good morning, my family. Have a great day and a fun weekend. Trucker Boson says, good morning, RGR family, from Tulsa. Little Don Williams there. Living on Tulsa time. Steve says, yawn, morning, RGN. RGN, I like that too. A cold start to the day in Battle Creek. Get yourself some cereal. Make sure that it is hot. Lots of folks are yakking it up on the tube of you, and you can too by simply going to youtube.com at RadioNemo. And we've already got a phone callerino.
We do. And who are you? Who sent you? And why are you here?
Why are
and
you here?
Happy to have you.
Hello. What's happening?
Showtime.
Showtime. There's no time better than showtime. What's going
Hi,
on, man?
buddy.
Oh, how are you guys doing this morning?
Better since you're here.
That's actually truthful.
Yeah.
True statement.
Yeah.
True statement.
I fib sometimes.
Where are you going? What are you doing? What are you thinking?
I'm in Indiana, headed out to the southwest. I had a fun day around Michigan, around Detroit yesterday with the snow. People do not know how to drive. They don't know how to climb hills. It was a lot of fun.
But other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the production? I'm sorry.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, I will tell you this too. It's like the one thing I really admire about New Orleanians. I'm straight up going to tell you this. They're not the best drivers in the world. I found that the best commuting drive is in Seattle. Of all the drives I've taken on a commute, but I'll tell you this: the best thing about New Orleans drivers is that when it gets really cold, when the bridges freeze, when that happens, they just go, "Nope, not doing it." They stay home. They stay home. I wish more people would.
I'll tell you what, man. Me coming from Biloxi to here, love it all day, every day. Leaving, nah.
The pits.
Nah.
The pits.
Until I get to that causeway, and then it's pretty, and I'm like, okay.
But the drive in the morning,
yeah.
The drive in the early morning from Ocean Springs, from Biloxi to here, nothing.
Bro, I see that Buc-ee's. Everything's going to be okay.
Everything's going to be okay, except for truck drivers who can't get in there, unless, of course, they bring a car. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Showtime.
Go ahead, Showtime.
That's all right. Well, and here's the problem. I was on Telegraph Road in northern Detroit, Birmingham, or Binghamton, whatever it was, area. People stop on a hill. What do you not do in the snow? You do not stop on a hill going up it and then try and get going.
No.
That's what it turned into. I sat there for over an hour before they finally started to try to get a truck come by and dump salt. Didn't put his blade down, but just drop salt. Well, it took an hour to finally get it to where people could move again.
Let me throw one at you.
And I loaded.
Go ahead.
I went and loaded right near there, came back out 2 hours later, and there were more trucks then stuck on that hill than there was when I was there earlier.
My approach to climbing a hill in the snow is to gas it up and right before you get to the top, not hit the brake, but to let go of the accelerator so that I don't so I don't make the jump to light speed at the top. You gas it up right till you get to almost the peak, and then you just let it go. You let it settle back. You don't hit the brakes, that's for sure. But that's what you do.
You get a run at it, and then as you're going up the hill, you start easing out of the throttle because you don't want to break traction.
Exactly.
Right.
So you're walking that fine line of keeping the power on but not spinning out.
Now, you see, what we're talking to now, for those of you listening who understand this, is what we call expertise. And this is why we should trust experts. When somebody tells you who's been driving all their life and been doing it with 18 wheels not to take a hill slowly in the snow, don't take the hill slowly. Take it carefully, but take it with purpose and urgency.
Yes, take it from him, not from a millennial punk like me.
Right.
Go on.
So, question for you, Jimmy.
Ask.
Recently, there's been 2 big crashes in California where trucks have plowed in to stop traffic. I know in one there was a fatality. That was in Boyle Heights.
Yeah.
The other one happened on 99 the other day. Usually the truck driver's name is always released, but now CHP is hiding who the truck driver is. They won't release the names.
There's a double concern there. There are reasons that it makes sense, and there are reasons that it doesn't. And I mean, they both make sense. I'm gonna see if you can guess from a law enforcement perspective, and I mean from a legislative perspective too. There's a political reason, and then there's a good reason. So give me the political reason, and I'll see if I agree with you.
Well, the reason why they're not releasing it is I will bet money it's a driver with an illegal CDL or can't pass English proficiency or was under the influence of narcotics.
Okay.
Just like the Arizona crash.
Okay. That is.
And that's why they're hiding it, because they're getting their federal funds yanked from them, and they don't want to let it out that more of these crashes are happening because that does not help you in court when the problem keeps occurring.
So there is a real case that can be made for that. The counter to that case, and it's a simple counter, is the fact that given how this administration is looking and sniffing, that's actually, since it's interstate, since it does have the idea of criminality to it, you could put the FBI almost immediately, and they could just release the name. That's the counter, although there's a lot to do. The only other reason I can think of, the only legit reason I can think of is the narcotics angle, where there are criminal charges absolutely pending, and the company has gotten involved in some way, and that can play a part too. The only other thing I can think of is the narcotics angle is the one I'm thinking of too, is the legitimate reason. If there are criminal charges pending, often they don't release anything until they've done an investigation to make sure that, you know. But that's if somebody's got a lawyer.
Yeah.
That's if somebody's got a lawyer, though. I'm with you, though. I'm with you. I'm just
Right.
I go
But,
through both reasons.
You see this any other state? There's a crash. The truck driver's name is released.
Right. Well, that's in Florida and
All of a
Texas
sudden,
now.
California is hiding it.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm inclined to go with your first reason. The only other reason, it's why it's the hardest part about this job, because one of the things is you want to editorialize when you see stuff like that, and then there are people who just editorialize and then walk into the land of stupid. I'm going to make a really weird comparison. The reporter at the South Bend Tribune is literally getting crucified about the fight that didn't happen between Marcus Freeman and the wrestling coach. And there is a wariness about that as well, too. But I kind of agree with you. You know what I'm saying? I kind of think you're right. I kind of think they're playing. I kind of think they're playing hide the perp, hide the perp, hide the perp. I think that's what's going on.
Well, especially after an inspector was caught on tape saying that the driver asked him, goes, "Are you California guys testing for English proficiency?" And he said, "We're not allowed to."
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why they're hiding it.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, too, is the fact that, like I said, this is like I said, my actual, if you ask me, 75-25. 75% door number 2 is right, 25% door number one is right, 25% door number 2. I'm with you, though. Like I said, it's a tough call until I get a little more information. Because if I say something, I'm a human starting pistol.
And what we need to do is one of these trucking organizations needs to file a Freedom of Information request for that police report to get the driver's name.
That's exactly it. And by the way, there is nothing inappropriate or illegal or wrong about that, by the way, because that's a public health situation. That's a public safety situation. So there is nothing. Because
both crashes weren't like it was a couple cars. It was like 10-plus vehicles involved in both of them.
Oh, it's disasters. Absolute disasters. Yeah. Absolute disasters. The other problem is the fact that we talked about this yesterday, is that, this is why it behooves everybody to get involved in this and to have the kind of interest you have in it, because you guys work in one of the professions in the country where even if it wasn't you, wasn't your company, and isn't even in your state, it has an effect on you. That's the other thing,
Absolutely.
It has an effect on you. That's the biggest thing we keep on telling people about getting involved politically like you are, to get involved informationally like you are, is that every single act. Look, the whole thing about like highway heroes and highway angels and all that stuff, I could do an hour of highway heroes and angels, then get to the last 5 minutes and talk about the wreck, and it's all anybody hears.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That's valid.
That's it, and that ain't right. That ain't right.
Right. Well, in those crashes, that's what drives everybody's insurance rates up, and then it makes it even harder for new guys starting out to even get insurance.
I know.
Because of those.
Yeah, that's the big thing, and what I'm really concerned about with, we talk about this on Education Station as well. What I'm really concerned about is my only problem with some of the reforms that I have suggested, that other people are suggesting in regards to the CDL, getting it right. It's not worth it. That's the other thing too that nobody tells you. You go if we actually made it harder to go through all of that, which we should. Or how about this? More rigorous, not harder, but more rigorous and deliberative. If we did all of that, then I would like some kind of guarantee from the insurance company that anybody going through a particular CDL process is guaranteed lower rates. Mm-hmm. That's one of the best ways. If you want to really reform CDLs, this is where the insurance companies could do some good. Say, yeah, we're not going to sign off on that one. They could actually, you could have an insurance certification system where they're like, same with the ELDs, where it's like, that is not a proper ELD. This is not proper CDL training. We will not insure that driver. Are they from one of the certified places? No, done. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. That would be a big help.
Yeah, but you don't want to help. See, the thing is, at the end of the day, I've always said that an insurance company is not an insurance company. It's an investment company, and it's looking to hold on to its money as long as it possibly can. It's a monumental disgrace, and I don't know how to reform that situation. I'm not sure how we go about doing it.
Insurance companies have to make the stockholders happy.
Yeah.
That explains it all.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, is the fact that that's one of the great dilemmas about, and by the way, I'm going to say it again because I got to put myself on record for this. Welfare and social contracts are not communism. In fact, anybody that knows their history knows the British invented the welfare state to stop Bolshevism in Britain, and it worked. The idea of owning the means of production. Are you out of your mind? But it's one of those things, too. I don't know how to deal with insurance because what you've done is you've mandated a product that people have to buy legally if they want to drive. And at the same time, you don't control, you're setting caps, but at the same time, you don't control their ability to pay or to charge. You set these caps, but let's be honest with you, man. Those caps are so high. Those premiums are so high. Good God Almighty! It's Friday, dude. It's Friday. What are you doing this weekend?
Yep. Heading out west. I'll be driving. So
nice.
Now I know what you're so concerned about with California, dude. I totally get it. Okay, we got to take.
Well, I'm headed to Arizona. Is where I'm headed for.
Dude, it's always good to have you on and get us off to a great start. We are. Oh, good God Almighty! It's 21 after.
Yeah,
dude, we got to
good.
Take this.
You guys have a great day. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Showtime. Let's take a really.
Can I jump in with one thing before we get to that?
You can, of course. There wasn't a phone call. I'm like, no, we got to.
Oh, no. We'll get them on the other side. Can I give a little shout out to somebody?
Yes, please.
All right. Listen, my brother, Jason Graham, he is hanging out with his homie, Matt. They are at Kronos in Sulphur, Louisiana, my friend, and I wanted to give them a howdy ho there, and I hope they have a killer day at work, man.
Killer day at work for
they're
everybody.
3 hours west of us in Sulphur.
Sulphur, by the way, one of the worst names for a place ever.
No, yeah.
I mean, actually, Sulphur would be okay if it was like the book we're talking about, McAnally's book, Bullets in the Water.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some bullets in the water over in Sulphur, Louisiana.
Well, they make up for it with the name of that company, Kronos.
Kronos.
It sounds like something Macho Man Randy Savage said.
Yeah, dude. There's a company called Palantir in this country right now, and the people who think that's really groovy, I think that's like the dumbest name ever for a company. So a dark orb that you look into and see a terrible future. Perfect.
Palantir
Terrific.
sounds like something you prescribe someone for like a footache or like.
Oh, you mean plantar fasciitis? Yeah. It is fetish day, by the way. So maybe you got a foot.
You might get dizziness.
You might get dizziness if you take plantar fasciitis, and also sarcoptic scabies. Let's take a quick break.
Okay.
Speaking of, rather than looking into a dark orb and seeing a dark future, how about we look into a bright orb and see a bright future with our pledge, national anthem, and bracing cup of Java from Pastor John.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you had an awesome, awesome night of sleep. I was looking at something this morning and I started laughing because I said, John, you've been talking about peace for a whole week, which means that we need some peace. Hey, before you get out of that truck and get out there and start enjoying the weekend, I want to share something with you found in Romans. Romans is a very beautiful book, Romans chapter 12, verse 18. And it's important for you to understand Romans chapter 12, verse 18, because it says, if possible. Now, stay with me on this one. Now, I want you to get this one. Romans 12:18, because you get ready to go into the weekend, and I need for you to handle this one. So, Romans 12:18 says, if possible. Now, notice how it starts off. If possible, so far as it depends on you, live peaceably with all. Now, don't read that too fast. I want you to get it. He says, if possible. Now, notice what he said. If possible, so far as it depends on you. So I want you to hear this because I need for you to get this before you get out there this weekend. Paul is saying, for you to be able to experience God in a supernatural way, is not dependent nor predicated on somebody else. It's dependent upon you. Now stay with me because I want to give it to you the best way that I can. He says, if possible, so far as it depends on you, live peaceably with all. He says, even if they're not acting right, it gives you and I, watch this, no recoil to act the way that they act. So that tells me that we have to make in our mind and make a decision that we're going to be better than they are. I hear you, I hear you, I hear you, I hear you. Pastor, I'm not going to let people just run over me. He did not say let people run over you. He said, if possible, so far as it depends on you, he said, live peaceably with all. So what he's telling you is you choose to respond in such a way that God will be getting the glory for it. He's saying you and I need to make sure that as we respond to how people treat us, talk to us, and deal with us, he said we need to make sure that we do it in such a way that that God is glorified by it. So I know you say, well, Pastor, you give me a lot to depend on and deal with this weekend. Well, the reason I'm giving it to you is because it is the weekend. And I want you to be able to enjoy the weekend, but also to be able to enjoy God doing great things in your life. So my brothers and sisters, enjoy this Friday. But I want you to also remember this. It's the weekend.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
Hey guys, phone lines will remain open until our first guest arrives at the top of the hour, 8 in the center, 9 in the east. We got a little bit of a fast port focus coming your way. House and Roads Transportation Committee Chair Jim Pressel, a Republican of Rolling Prairie in Indiana, state guy, is sponsoring a bill, HB 1200, which would feature a truck driver's need to sufficiently demonstrate the ability to speak in English to drive safely a commercial vehicle. And by the way, it lists 4 things that you must do. We'll get to that in a second. But we're going to hustle off with a little plump tuba boy, playing a little plump tuba song. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. It's all points in between, everywhere that you are on the Book of Face and, of course, on the Tube of You. But iHeart is where the action is for Road Gang Radio.
Give us a call.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
HB 1200, which, by the way, House Roads and Transportation Committee Chair Jim Pressel, a Republican of Rolling Prairie, Indiana, is sponsoring that bill. It requires future truck drivers to demonstrate sufficient proficiency in English to safely drive a commercial vehicle. The bill lists 4 ways drivers must prove English. Drivers must be able to talk with the public. They must understand road signs and signals in English. They must be able to answer questions from officials. They must also be able to fill out reports and safely operate a commercial vehicle. It has not been scheduled for a committee hearing yet. It is just one of the many ways a lot of states are, in fact, beginning to kind of use their own legislative powers to kind of begin to enforce the English proficiency part of the FMCSA and the CVTA to kind of get things straightened out, as our good friend Showtime was alluding to. And guys, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's going on in California. I'm just not going to do it until we have a little confirmation that that's what's going on. You guys can speculate, you can editorialize, that's all groovy stuff. I get on the air and I just start saying this is what's going on. Yeah, it might get me clicks and it might get me followers. It'll also, by the way, that is something that burns itself out pretty quickly. It's always good. Here's the thing. If I tell you nothing on this nothing day, then there's no harm, no foul, unless I'm withholding information that I know for sure. But if I tell you something that I don't know is true, but I act like it's true, then it might come back to bite me in the absolute tuchus. So that's the thing. You guys, by the way, I'm not going to call you out. If you want to speculate, if you want to say what you think is going on, we would love you to at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO!
And, of course, the voice you heard is Mr. Andre Thibodeau of
Hello.
Louisiana Thibodeaus, who now currently resides in the state of Mississippi. I wish he would move to New Orleans. It would make my life a lot easier. It would make his life easier, too. Why not?
Preach.
Hit the road, my friend. Pack your bags, and they'll never see you again. Come down to the Crescent City. You should come down to the Crescent City as well, too. We would love to see you make your way down to this neck of the woods. And as our good friend JB and our good friend heard it in a love song, Marshall Platter, as opposed to Marshall Tucker, if you make your way down here, I promise you we will set you up in the chair next to Dave where you'll get to shoot Shinola with us. I guarantee it. Don't bring donuts because after today, everything is different. What's going on, Dre?
Oh, no, I was going to say leave that cigar.
You can bring the cigar. I just can't bring it in here, man.
Yeah.
We'll take it to get it going. There are a couple of great cigars. There's a great cigar bar by my brother's house, by the way.
Oh, dude.
It's a little jazz club.
Yeah.
And it's tough guys in tough town with tough broads, and everybody's puffing on a stogie and listening to some groovy tunes being played, by the way. City of New Orleans style, by the way.
Where's that at?
It's over on Chapatula Street.
Yes.
It's not too. It's across the street from a gas station. It's right down towards where Audubon Park is where it is. What they call River Bend over there.
Okay, because there's a cigar bar / motorcycle bar that I want to go check out. So I need to find out where that is.
Where? You don't know where it is?
Nope.
You just heard rumors and all that kind of stuff? An Illinois House bill would toughen rules for truck drivers or motorists who are not ready yet to be on the road. Adam Niemerg, a Republican of Dietrich over in Illinois, sponsoring the bill. HB 4184 would stop non-U.S. citizens from applying for or renewing a driver's license or permit. Only U.S. citizens could apply. This is a non-starter, by the way. You could do it for... Here's the thing: you'd have an easier lift doing it for non-citizens who are not yet drivers. That renewing thing, that's grandstanding.
Yeah.
Because he knows that's going to be a hell of a heavy lift.
Yeah.
He knows. Now, it also might be what they call a poison pill. You know what a poison pill is when you set something up for people who would normally vote with you,
Yeah.
and you put something in it. I'll give you an example of a poison pill. The Homeland Security bill is a famous bill in regards to the poison pill, and there are people who still are angry about this. They put into the to create the Department of Homeland Security, they put something in there that said you couldn't have a union, that Homeland Security was too important to have a union, messing up the works. Ridiculous, first of all, because somehow this country, when it was the strongest it ever was in regards to unions, also happened to win World War II. True story. Crazy how patriotic people will work with you when there's a national crisis. So they put this non-union bill thing in there, okay, which meant that a lot of Southern Democrats didn't vote for it. They were like, I can't vote for that. And then used it as a cudgel, went down south and beat Max Cleland over the head with it. He was the senator from Georgia. Here's the punchline. Cleland was missing both his legs and an arm from wounds he had gotten during the Vietnam War. And they basically called him a traitor and a friend of Osama bin Laden.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, that's a poison pill. The poison pill in there is the renewing driver's license or permit.
Okay.
That's the poison pill. I don't think anybody would stop you now from passing a bill for people who don't yet have a CDL. It's like, sorry, we're gonna put a freeze on this, because you could easily get rid of those guys with non-proficiency. Do you follow me?
Yeah, I'm following you.
The idea that there's a non-domiciled CDL driver who has a green card and speaks fluent English,
Yeah.
you can't get them off the road. So what you do is you don't renew their license. And that's a problem. That's a problem, because people who have green cards, people who are working towards naturalized citizenship and want to be a part of the country, I'm telling you, the best way to stop it is just stop it. You know what I'm saying? What you do is say no more.
Yeah.
Right.
Shut it down.
Because the rest of the people, when they go to renew, you just give them a proficiency test.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, the proficiency test, the OOIDA solution of teach the class in English, take the test in English. That's the best way to do it, I think. If you really want to stop this, if you don't want to just have a political... That's the problem with both sides, too, though, Dre, is that rather than, solve the problem, why solve the problem when I can beat the hell out of you with it?
Hey, 100%. That's like me with older drivers riding around them, man. I was like, y'all need some tests.
Well, yeah, and I mean, there are states, by the way, that actually say that after a certain age, you got to take the test every year.
Dude, it is torture. Like, hey, I don't want to take the fact that you can drive, but honey, sometimes you got to hang it up. At a certain age, that's just it's not safe for anybody on the road, and it's not safe for you.
Not safe for you. Nymerg said the truck driver bill would prohibit lawfully permanent residents or former domiciled persons from applying for a commercial learner's permit. Yeah, it's a non-starter. First part of it makes it a non-starter.
Okay.
And the reason is, and this is what makes me aggravated about it, is that they don't have the majority of the House over in Illinois. He could actually. This is what drives me crazy. Unless he's open to negotiation. That's the other thing too. In all fairness, I don't know Mr. Nymerg's, Nyberg, Hisberg, theirberg. I don't know I got to dig a little bit deeper. And there might be a case where there's another thing too, where they call it's not a poison pill, it's make a ridiculous request so that you can get the thing you actually want. Do you follow me? Where it's like, okay, I'll give that up. Can we pass the bill now? Yeah, okay, done. That's actually a good strategy, by the way. The bill would also require drivers to prove they know English. I'm behind that. Drivers would have to show they can read and write in English. I'm behind that.
Valid.
I'm behind it. I'm sorry. It's 18 wheels of rolling death. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing is too, I don't mind in the other bill, the Indiana bill, the ability to speak with the public. How many times have we gotten a phone call of some non-domiciled or some non-English speaking person parking their truck at a fuel island and then not moving? And then worse than not being able to move them is the fact that they don't speak English, so you can't even have a conversation with them to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
It's infuriating. So
Yeah.
I think being able to speak with the general public, I don't know, that's a weird thing to enforce, but what I think it does, I'm guessing, is that it allows a state trooper or any sort of law enforcement agent to see the situation unfolding and go, you can't speak English to the public. We're off to the races. Let's do the test.
Yeah, because it's getting easier to be able to talk to people that can't speak English just because of the fact of the different apps and the different devices that are coming out. Because I forgot what device I saw the other day that you can buy, and it does a bunch of different things. And then it does. Oh yeah, the one of the things that also does it besides that is the glasses, the meta glasses.
Yeah, and all of that is great. Except here's, by the way, I think it's great. Here's the problem.
That's just one day.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not just that. It's yeah, I mean, when we get a universal translator in our ears, then I'm down for everything. Well, then everybody will stop speaking a different language because everybody will simply hear everything in the same language. But until that day arrives, the problem is that's a wonderful tool when you're going into a grocery store. Hey, man, this is terrific. You're some Vietnamese woman who never learned to speak English, came over on the boat, heroically got all the way over here. And what's really cool about it is you get to the counter, and you've been living here forever, and you've always had a problem communicating. Yeah. That's a terrific app. Dude, you got to make a split-second decision. Let's see. I'm going to type in what the sign says on the side of the road.
Yeah, it's valid. That's what I was going to say. In this situation, it's different.
Yeah, in this situation, but I dig it. I mean, and that's all groovy stuff. And like I said, there are people. Look, here's the thing. I'm going to be really kind to some people, especially some immigrants who are, even some of them are citizens, who have very bad English. Everybody isn't proficient with language, and we shouldn't make a proficiency with language impossible to become a citizen, but we should make it impossible to become a truck driver. Straight up. You know, when people say, if you're going to come here and speak English, it's like, dude, it's like, really? It means nobody ever goes anywhere or ever changes their life. Maybe their kids turn out to be proficient in English. But what I am saying, though, is when it comes to trucks, sorry, not sorry. You know, I mean, I'm being straight up, dude. It's like, if you can't, the thing about being proficient in a language means reflexive. And what I mean by reflexive is that you don't have to think about it. When you are proficient in a language, Dre, you stop hearing it as language. You and I are not talking in English.
Yeah.
We're just talking. Talking in English means I'm taking the language I used to speak in, thinking about what the equivalent word is, and then haltingly delivering it to you. The thing is, proficiency in English means I don't have to recalibrate my brain to understand what you're saying. I don't have to shift gears inside of my head to process the language as it rolls around and rolls through. And that's kind of it, by the way. Our good friend Chowder, I love this, by the way. He's absolutely tired. So am I, by the way, of this 20-degree roller coaster in temperatures is getting a little ridiculous. This tends to be kind of standard procedure these days during January.
Yeah.
Where, especially down here, man. Because one of the things about down here, people think it never gets cold. It gets cold.
Oh, yeah.
And we haven't had one of our really cold days yet. We'll get days in the 20s, and every once in a while in the teens, it just gets hooked into the river and makes its way down. So you get these snaps. And then you get worse than the snaps. It's when it retreats all of a sudden, and the next day is like 68 and humid.
Yeah, wet cold. Oof.
Not just the wet cold, but that sense of you go from like the wet cold to something like humid and oppressive, where it has that kind of dead air feel to it.
Yeah.
It's the worst. But there are a lot of efforts around the country, as I was kind of telling you guys, to do something about the English proficiency problem as it rolls on. Missouri, by the way, would change the CDL rules to make sure truck drivers can read and speak English. Representative Carolyn Catton, Republican of Blue Springs, Missouri, is sponsoring the bill HB 2741, and that requires CDL applicants and current drivers to show they can read and speak English. Under that bill, the driver must be able to talk to the public. I'd really like to talk to law enforcement people about this. I'm suspecting that talk with the public is exactly what we talked about, gives reasonable cause to begin the process. That if you see a truck driver at a truck stop or a rest area, and you're law enforcement, and you see that they're struggling to communicate with somebody about a parking space or anything, that it then opens the door for the rest of it. Understand road signs and signals, answer questions from officials, and fill out reports and records. And it's weird, isn't it? We get this rapid thing of talk with the public, understand road signs and signals, answer questions from officials, and fill out reports and records. This seems to be kind of a standard thing. You notice that too? These bills all have the same language, which means somebody's getting orders from someplace, somebody's getting a phone call and told to do it this way and that way. And that talk with the public thing, I have two thoughts on it. First of which, talk with the public is separated from officials and law enforcement. My problem with it is that, like I said, it's one of those things too that you can use it as an excuse to hassle people who are shy or awkward.
Yeah.
Because there are people, by the way, who, in regards to English, understand everything you're saying and have thick accents or halting and all that stuff. That's the one little area there. But I also get it.
Yeah.
I also get it. I understand because, you need to figure out something before it happens, too. That's the kind of great dilemma, by the way, is as a law enforcement agent, you want to be preemptive and stop something before it happens. But at the same time, you don't want law enforcement to have this kind of carte blanche to go where they want and do what they want based on the slightest of legal circumstance. That's not cool either. By the way, if you think it's cool, it may come for you at some point. We got a phone call coming in, 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Who do we got?
Oh, man, we got Pack Rat, and then we'll get to Mr. Cello himself after that.
What's going on, Ratapack?
Good morning, Jimmy Mack and Dre. We seem to be getting a bad rap about English proficiency in the truck driving industry. But you probably know that to be a commercial airline pilot, you have to not only be functional in English, you have to be proficient and fluent in English.
Correct.
And another profession, I don't know about the U.S., but in Canada, if you want to practice medicine, you have to be fluent in English.
Correct. Yeah, and
So-
the other reason about the English proficiency thing with the talk with the public, I think it also refers to the fact that you got to be able to talk with your dispatcher. You've got to be able to talk
Yes.
with anybody at the work. That's a big thing too. That's why I'm not coming out and being like it's a non-starter. The non-starter for me is the people who already have licenses. I don't think it's a non-starter for me. Like, I don't want it. I just think it's very, very difficult, especially if you have, let's say you have a fleet of 4 non-domiciled drivers. All of them are working towards their naturalization papers. Everything's in order. They all speak proficient English. They're all really good employees. You're going to get some pushback there in ways you want. But the talk to the public really does go with the idea that it's like, how can you hold your employees accountable if you don't actually speak the same language that they do in a proficient manner? And I think that's part of it as well too. I just don't know how you figure that out. That's the one where I'm like, I'm not sure how you figure that one out. Is the only one I have difficult with that. But I agree, dude. Yeah, airline pilots, you got to be proficient because you got to be on those headsets. Oh, let's go find somebody who can speak your language to land this plane properly. It's terrifying, right?
Yeah, I know the issue. I'm having with some people I work with. Those speak good English. Even though they're saying the words right, you have to try to figure out what they're telling you.
Yeah, and that's really bad on a pair of headsets. That's really bad when you get.
Yes.
I mean, really can cause some real
absolutely.
problems. I mean, and the other, there's all kinds of issues that kind of play into that too. And the other thing about English proficiency is, when I used to teach English as a second language, what I would do was it wasn't just about a lot of these people. This is a different kind of person, the kind of person we're talking about. We had entire classes on distinguishing tones. The idea of figuring out whether an American was being sarcastic or not. We had conversations about what certain things meant. The idea of like how to not take things literally was a big part of one of the lesson plans. And that's proficiency right there. That if somebody when somebody's joking with you, when somebody means business, all of that stuff plays into proficiency. It really is cool. Go on, sorry.
Well, I was going to mention another example. My brother worked with a guy. He could speak English, like he's born in Canada, like he was raised in Canada, but he was basically illiterate, like he could barely read and write. I'm just wondering how that factors in because my brother said he couldn't do his logbooks basically because he couldn't understand it because he was illiterate.
So how did he pass the written test?
Well, I don't know, but we're going back a few years though. Like he's probably dead by now, but I don't think you have that issue now, do we, with people who are functionally illiterate?
Well, I mean, you could. I mean, there are ways that you could do it. I mean, I mean, it's interesting too, though. I'm always kind of disappointed when I see people who are functionally illiterate. The strategies that people figure out to kind of manage to maneuver through life that way by recognizing symbols but not recognizing what it is they're reading. it's a they learn things visually and how things are laid out. But there are people who, I got to tell you, there are a few people in regards to language proficiency. They've got to be really specific about this too, because there are people in certain areas of the country where I'm not sure if they're proficient in English, and they come from here. So that's always the kind of running joke as well. What else you got before I shuffle you off for my next phone call?
All right, we got to get this in. John Harbaugh goes to the Giants.
By the way, it's funny because you know that Eddie Murphy moment in Coming to America where he steps out on the balcony, "This is life," and then somebody screams "F you," and he screams "F you" back joyfully. People have been posting that that clip, and then in the clip they've been putting the caption under it that says how Giants fans feel this morning. People, I have to tell you, for those long-suffering folks, by the way, it is like it's like VE Day. It's like VJ Day. They are just over the moon. He's going to clean things up there real fast. I can't wait to see what he cooks up. And he's kind of personality perfect for the town. He can handle that town. If you can handle Baltimore, you can handle that town. Absolutely.
Plus, he's got good ownership. The Mara family's, I would say, is good ownership.
Yeah, they're solid. By the way, they've been kind of lost because they can't. They stick with people for a while. But yeah, they've been dealing with those fans have been suffering long enough. It's time to get that right, and it's certainly better than the Jets. I'll tell you that right now. So the Giants may have their guy. Can't wait to see what he cooks up. All the best, Pack Rat. Happy weekend.
Jim Mack, Dre, all the best.
We got one more phone call before we hit this break for the Fastport Focus coming up here. And by the way, Fastport is doing it. They do it through people, they do it through technology, and they do it at fastport.com and nationalapprenticeship.org. Who do I got?
Oh, you already know. Chillo.
What's happening, man?
What's up, buddy?
Well, Jim, I got to disagree with you.
All right, go on. Love it.
Not allowed.
Love it.
The part of the proficiency that says you have to be able to speak to the general public, you got to be able to go into this shipper and talk to them. And if the shipper says, "Hey, I want you to go over there to the gravel lot, park and wait for a phone call," you have to be able to understand that. That's not in the script of the police officer saying, "Let me see your driver's license, insurance, and proof of registration," or you know what I mean. And it's a script that the police go over every time they pull you over. They can learn that script and they can hand them the right stuff, okay? But going to a shipper and saying, or a receiver, and saying, "Go over there and wait in that gravel lot for me to call you. What is your pickup number that starts with an L?" That's all part of regular communications that's unscripted. They have to be able to understand.
Oh, I agree.
And it all goes back to when our grandparents came over here, okay? They assimilated. They left. They spoke Italian at the house for a piece, but other than that, they assimilated in because they wanted to talk to their neighbors. They wanted to be friendly with their neighbors. They wanted to be able to go into the, to the general store, the Who's It's, and buy whatever they wanted to get because they grew everything else.
I agree with you. And by the way, like I said, simply talking to the people who are sending you the places you got to go is often a thing. I don't know what the enforcement mechanism on it is. And in all fairness, I haven't, like I said, when you get these 4 points, I have a feeling a lot of what you're talking about is laid out. I just don't know from a law enforcement standpoint how one investigates or discovers that, if that makes sense. That's my only thing. You follow me? I'm worried about the enforcement mechanism. How do you use it as a provable thing?
Well, what do you want them to do? Put them in the back seat and take them to the judge and let the judge decide it?
No. What I'm saying is I don't know what the mechanism of enforcement is. I don't want to drag them over to the judge either.
I understand what you're getting at. The mechanism of enforcement, you're putting it on the judgment call on the police officer.
Right.
And that's not the police officer's job to make a judgment call. Okay? That's why they call it a judgment call. Judges do that.
Yeah.
Okay? Police officers deal with facts and evidence, period. Okay? Well, in this case, they are going to have to make a judgment call. Because if he can't carry on a conversation with him and he can only recite the script, then he's going to have to make a judgment call and say, hey, you're not understanding enough.
I'm following you. So I have no problem with this. So we go through the initial testing phase, okay? So we make it simple. We go through the initial kind of question, the script phase, and then after that, then the policeman or the law enforcement or the state trooper then has a right to say, let's just shoot the breeze for a second here about nothing. And at that point, you're able to kind of determine, is that what you're suggesting? I guess it's because of the things come in order for a reason, and talking to the general public is the first thing out there. But if you're saying you and I go through the script together, okay, you got through the script. Hey, man, how's your day going, by the way? Who do you work for? Who's the last person you talked to? And to go beyond that, so that the policeman has maneuvering there. Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because when you work in, never mind transportation, but when you were working HVAC with your brother, okay, and I was working road boat, we had something in OSHA called safety and communications, right? As a supervisor, we had to learn certain words and certain phrases in Spanish to get somebody's attention if they were going to hurt themselves. Hey, caliente, and those kinds of, safety communications has been a requirement in OSHA for years. If they can't understand enough to stop them from being hurt when somebody says, hey, don't touch that, it's hot, and they touch it and they get burned, they can't understand enough to avoid getting hurt, and they don't need to be there. Well, it's the same thing here.
Right.
If you don't understand, don't park on the shoulder of the road, and you're going to get rear-ended. Well, they park on the shoulder of the road because it's the easiest place to park, and they don't have to back up. Because, Jim, that is what is happening.
Is that Lucy? Oh, there he is. Okay.
People are parking on the side of the road, and they're throwing triangles out and lifting their hood because they don't know how to back up, because all they're doing is going from warehouse 1 where they pick up a trailer to warehouse 2 where they drop off a trailer and pick up another one. They don't know how to park, so they park on the side of the road, and they don't know any better.
My good friend, we got to take this break here, but like I said, I'm glad to kind of talk this through, because, like I said, I have a problem so much with the vagueness of the language, but I am going to read those bills. But what you're talking about, I can get 100% behind. If the ability to talk to the public is something that the law enforcement agent can judge after the standard kind of official questions, then that is something I can absolutely get behind. I just want to make sure that whatever is specific can't be turned on U.S. citizens in clever and sometimes unconscionable ways. I think you and I see eye to eye on this, to be honest with you. Thank you, Ten Ring. Thank you, Pack Rat. Thank you, Showtime, for a great opening. What are you doing with the rest of your day? What's your weekend look like?
I am going to drive to Flagstaff. I just left Tucumcari. It's nice and warm and sunny. Well, it's 32. It's coming up. But I'm going to bed down at Flagstaff tonight.
Remind me next time we talk to tell you why Flagstaff is so important for me, my father's, and my brother, involving a Native American tribe over there. It's a great story. Thank you so much, Ten Ring. Always good to hear from you. We got the Fastport Focus coming up here in just uno momento. Dre will hit that music, and we will make our way into the break. Come back, give you a little bit more news and information headed your way, and then we will pivot back to Road Gang Radio and all the action it entails. Listen to that, man, in the background. Yeah, somebody's got a little revving engine.
That's a man.
Got veins in his neck.
Mm-hmm. And probably a criminal record.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Hearing her voice, by the way. She'll be with us in just a little bit under an hour. In Wyoming, a bill would enforce English-only rules for truck drivers. The Joint Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Interim Committee is supporting the bill. That's HB 32 out of Wyoming, where the winds are really whipping, as our good friend Chowder pointed out. That would punish truck drivers who keep driving after being told to stop. Drivers could be fined up to $2,000 or face up to 90 days in jail. County sheriffs and local police would enforce the fines. Jail time would apply to truckers who break the rule. The bill can be considered during the session that begins next month. By the way, I love that bill.
Yeah.
That's a bill that I think it's time it's due. The idea that it's like, yeah, keep driving. Watch what happens.
Mm-hmm.
You've been told not to do this, okay? I mean, and that's the thing. Literally, that should be a rule, period. That if you're behind the wheel of a car, part of the reason why, okay, all right. So you're wondering, well, why isn't that being enforced more? It's hard to do with automobiles because there's so many people out there who are driving without licenses. You have no idea the numbers. It's like the numbers of people who are out there driving without a license. You know what I'm saying?
I've kind of been there,
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of people have been there. By the way. If you started doing that, guys, let me tell you something. The world would unravel, and people still wouldn't get better. Mm-hmm. But on this, who cares? Throw them in jail. I mean, this is a real problem. I mean, that's a problem. If you've been told you're out, you're done, ball game, too bad, so sad, and that, of course, is the end of that. I'm going to say this, athletesforcare.org, and then I'm going to turn to Dre and go. By the way, Robert Gallery's foundation's Athletes for Care, which I told you, athletesforcare.org, is partnered with DAV for the DAV Bowl happening at this year's Super Bowl in San Francisco on February the 7th. Really excited about that, by the way. He is a College Football Hall of Fame inductee and former NFL offensive lineman who now serves as president and co-founder of Athletes for Care. After suffering severe brain damage from hundreds of concussions and going through some battles that we'll talk about this morning, he found healing that he'll also kind of unpack as well. He dedicates himself to supporting former athletes, navigating life after sports, connecting them with resources for injuries, chronic pain, and substance use recovery. He has a powerful personal journey that we're going to be talking about this morning. Robert, good morning. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. Thrilled to have you, my friend.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good to be on here with you guys.
So let's kind of get right to the heart of the matter, and we'll talk about your personal story in a moment here, but I really want to make sure that we feature Athletes for Care. And I've given a little bit of information about it, but there's more to it than just what I've described. Tell us about Athletes for Care. Tell us what you guys have recently done, and then tell us what you got cooking. Something really fun coming up in February.
Yeah, after my struggles, my post-career in the NFL, and then finding healing with some alternative medicine and psychedelic-assisted therapy, I realized that there were a lot of guys struggling, a lot of the guys that I talked with, my old teammates, other guys around the league, and I shared my story with a few people, and then more and more people kept reaching out to talk about the same struggles that they were having. So I started Athletes for Care, co-founded it, and I want to help guys find healing, and really at the end of the day, show guys that they don't have to suffer alone, because the effects of traumatic brain injury can be devastating on you, and luckily I was able to find resources through my struggles, and that led me to healing, and I'm hoping to do that for others.
Let's talk a little bit about this, too, because we have a lot of over-the-road truck drivers who call this station, this channel, and this show their home. And one of the, I guess we would call the silent killer in both Pop Warner, high school, college, and professional football that people forget is you may never have ever suffered an actual concussion, an official concussion, even with the protocols now. But slowly but surely, like ordnance in a military field, or every single bump, bruise, jostle you get, slowly but surely begins to wear down your body and wear down your brain. And it's the kind of thing that it becomes insidious, doesn't it? That you don't even realize it's happening until sometimes it's too late, correct?
Absolutely, and that's kind of the education of what we're trying to do, and even myself. I was never knocked out cold. To me, that's what a concussion was. When you get knocked out, they have to give you smelling salts and wake you back up. But the reality is, you get subconcussive blows that do damage to your brain, and those are almost worse than when you get knocked out. They are worse, actually, with the studies. So it's the small hits that athletes take. It's these what we call getting our bell rung, right? Where I thought, no way, that's a concussion, when I'm seeing stars and dizzy hundreds and hundreds of times throughout my career. And the same goes for military guys. The blasts from entry blasts they take, all the firing they do with machine guns and different ammunition right next to their head. Those are little blows to their brain that are devastating to the health of your brain. And as time goes on, as you said, these things add up, and the brain health is a major issue from all these small little blasts.
I do want to give people a sense of who you are. I gave kind of an overview, but I kind of wanted you to talk about it as well, because we've got a lot of stuff to dig into, and we have time here. So you were part of Hayden Fry's boys not Hayden Fry's. I'm sorry, Kirk Ferentz. My brain goes way back when it comes to college football. But talk about your own college and then professional story, because it is very distinguished and very esteemed.
Yeah, so I was born and raised in Iowa, raised on a farm, and four siblings, and just raised in a great family. And all my siblings were college athletes, and that's something I wanted to do, and was lucky enough to get a scholarship to play at the University of Iowa. It was the first year that Coach Kirk Ferentz was hired, and that was my first year. So we were able to build that program and feel honored to be a part of, taking that team from 1-10 to, a coach that's still there 26, 27 years later. Had some great coaches there. Chris Doyle was our strength coach. Owe a lot to him, and came in as there weren't star recruits back then. So I came in as a nobody, a small town kid. And by the time I left, I'd won the Outland Trophy as the top interior lineman in the country, and then was drafted second overall to the Raiders in 2004. So had very good coaching, very good experience at the University of Iowa, and then went into the league, and like everybody, you learn it's a business. Was fortunate to play 8 full seasons. I retired in my 9th year, and unfortunately we didn't win a lot of games. So the struggles, the mental health struggles of wanting to you go into the league, you play professionally to win, right? It's great, all the other stuff, you're getting paid, all those things, but you do that stuff to win games, and unfortunately I was never part of a team that made the playoffs or had a winning record, and then just all the physical injuries along the way. It was we had some great times, and then I had a lot of surgeries too. There's the negative parts of it that people don't realize. So when football was over, now you're dealing with all those things, right? The physical and mental injuries, the brain injuries, and that's what led me to where we're at today.
Yeah, and the other thing, BJ Ganem and I have talked about this at length in regards to, and also Nate Boyer and I have talked about this on the show as well too, If you're listening, by the way, you grew up on a farm, you end up going to Iowa, which, of course, we talk about the idea of culture, if we end up in the right fit culturally. And if you're with Ferentz, I'm, given the good works that man does with his life and the people around him, you're in what I call a very stable culture of football. Now, unfortunately, how did you get so unlucky to actually play for Seattle before Max Unger and Pete Carroll arrived there, which is just strikes me as kind of amusing. But you really did have a good foundation of friends, family, faith, and all that stuff. The problem is, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is that then you're cut loose from one of your anchor points, and you're cut loose before realizing the damage had been done to you. So in many ways, what you created here is another landing space that tells people who are going through this that they're not alone. So you use your own experience as a way of creating a platform for those people who, because of the incremental damage that the sport does to them and beyond that, have a place where they can go. When does the idea first occur to you? Well, first of all, take us through when you begin to realize something was wrong, and then take us through the point where you said, okay, now that I've gotten through this, I know the way out. I'm 31 years sober, and I've often had friends of mine who are struggling with it. I'll look at them point blank. I said, I don't know what I can do, but I know that I've been here and I know the way out. How do you get there?
Yeah, well, for me, it was after, when I decided it was time to retire. After the year in Seattle, I had, 3 surgeries, or during that year and after, I had, surgeries 8, 9, and 10. And my body was just, to me, it was just falling apart. I wasn't able to play at the level that my standard was, and so I decided it was time to be done. And then going into retirement, you have what all guys do, what all professionals do, what all military guys do. You lose your identity. You've done this your whole life. That's who you are. That's what you've built your life on. That's what people see you as, and it's tough going through that transition. So. The few years after retirement, it was navigating that. Now I'm at home with my family and all these things that I'm not used to. But then the real struggle started. It was the memory loss and the rage that I was having that is not normal for a human being, right? We all get upset. We all have stressors in our life, but the level I would go to from the most minute things, right? Kids laughing or whatever it was at home, right? So I start recognizing these symptoms, and then I'm driving to appointments or places, and I'm calling my wife, and I can't figure out where I'm at, and so some of the cognitive things I really started to notice, and then the depression, and just trying to, I was told my wife, I was like, I think I'm bipolar, which I was self-diagnosing, which I wasn't, but I was just my ups and downs of my mood, right? And then trying to deal with that, and then that led to, ultimately rock bottom was, I started having suicide nightmares, suicidal ideation, and that's when I knew there was something going on. But still, at that point, I couldn't put a thumb on it, right? As many hits as I had throughout my career, at that point, I couldn't say that that's what was causing it, but ended up getting a brain scan as part of some medical workup I was doing, and that's kind of the aha moment that, they brought me in, the neurologist, and was like, hey, here's a scan of your brain and all the areas that are damaged, and here's what these areas, control, your rage, your depression, all these different things, cognitive. So from that point on was, I'd reached out to some friends. It really opened up to my family about what really was going on, because as especially a former professional athlete, it's hard to, even to your closest people, your family, your spouse, to, hey, I'm struggling, or hey, I feel like I'd be, you guys would be better off without me, to have those feelings and those thoughts. It's hard to open up about it. And so after that brain scan, I wanted to heal. I knew things were bad. I was, drinking too much because it helped me cope. It helped all the noise go away in my head. And I wanted to be healthy. So I started a journey from that point on to doing everything I could, modern medicine wise, to, seeing a therapist. I was doing hyperbaric oxygen therapy, doing, got my hormone levels fixed. I was taking IVs. I was doing all these things to hopefully help get some healing and some relief. And over about a 1.5 year period, I had minimal relief, but it was still a very big struggle. And I started listening to a lot of military podcasts, and just because it brought me hope, and I heard these guys' stories, and the one that I really latched onto was the Team Never Quit podcast that Marcus Luttrell does, and heard stories on there of different guys and their healing journeys, and then there was one of the episodes was a former Navy SEAL, Marcus Capone, was on there with his wife, and he was talking, and I, as I listened to him, I thought it was me. He was talking about the substance abuse, the memory stuff, the rage, the depression, the suicidal ideation, all these things, and so I was like home. I called my wife and said, "Hey, listen, this guy's, I'm on the radio talking, right?" And literally thinking that's me on there talking. And so I reached out to him. He was on there because he started a foundation called VETS, Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions. And he had gone to Mexico and found healing through psychedelic-assisted therapy with a psychedelic called ibogaine. And so I had a ton of hope. I went from being, struggling to, having this hope. And so I reached out to his foundation, not thinking I'd ever hear from him. And lo and behold, the next day, him and his wife called, and talked to them for about a week, learning what it was, all these things. And 3 weeks later, I was in Mexico with some other special ops guys doing a treatment with ibogaine, and that's what really turned my life back around.
It's interesting, too, by the way, and I want to get to the ibogaine stuff in regards to symptoms and alleviation and amelioration, but I can totally understand, by the way, I can get it, that the symptoms of bipolar disorder make perfect sense, because what was happening was you would have external, what we would call biological realities, your body doing things to you that were really hurting you, making you disoriented. Of course, you would then react, because on a good day, when you didn't have those symptoms, you would be in a better place. On a bad day, when the symptoms were there, it would put you in a worse place. But the thing is that brain damage is not as obvious as like a bad knee, right? So it creates confusion, which is why if people are going through these symptoms, they shouldn't self-diagnose. They should get checked out, correct?
Absolutely, and that was, the instance that sticks in my head is my mother-in-law was in town. We went out to dinner, and my wife had said, walking in, let's sit inside. And I remember we walked into the restaurant, and I was in a great mood, right? I was talking to my mother-in-law. And then we got to the hostess table, and my wife looked outside, and the sun was out. She's like, "Oh, it's nice outside. Let's sit outside." And I remember just this cloud of anger coming over me, right? Just for her saying, "Hey, let's sit outside." And I went from in this great mood, and everyone in the place knew it, to the most darkest place, didn't say anything the rest of the dinner. It was, so things like that, you're absolutely right. It's not the physical pain, it's these triggers that can instantly change your mood. And so, for me, right, I was just trying to figure out what was going on, but the self-diagnosis, doesn't work. But if you dig, you can find out really what's going on.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, because actually, I have a little bit of a connective tissue. I took an internal ear injury when I was in my 20s and did not realize that it made me more susceptible to ear infections later on in life. Very tiny ones that would actually screw with my equilibrium. I would have days when I was simply a little bit off balance, and it would make me so aggravated that I thought I was rotating between like the worst possible moods and the best of days, not even realizing that the physiological reality of my life was actually affecting my mood that way. That really connected with me. I want to talk also about at athletesforcare.org, you have an acronym, CARE, C-A-R-E. And I want you to kind of take us through that really quickly, because then I want to pivot to what you guys are doing in February, which is really exciting.
Yeah, so after my healing, right, I knew there was other guys, lots of other guys, and the more I told my story, other guys reaching out, they were going through the same things. And so I helped co-found, and I'm the CEO of Athletes for Care, and the CARE is community, advocacy, research, and education. So we want to build a community of guys and support, a community where guys have support. Obviously the advocacy part is talking about this, because a lot of people don't know about ibogaine and psychedelic-assisted therapy and the true healing power and what it can do for your brain. And then also there's there's a lot going on this past year with ibogaine. So the research part of it is there's, Texas put aside $50 million to study ibogaine. I was part of that movement. There's the American Ibogaine Initiative that we're talking with a bunch of other states. So the research side of it is really picking up, and there's some good things going on with that. And then just the education part, right? People either don't know about ibogaine and psychedelic-assisted therapy, and or have a preconceived notion of what it is. You know, this is not a recreational drug. You do not want to do it recreationally. It is not a fun thing. It is a true healing medicine. So that's, you know, our 4 pillars at Athletes for Care. And at the end of the day, you know, there are all these guys out there struggling that, and we've had numerous, you know, guys now reach out through our website that are dealing with similar symptoms, and actually have had probably 10 guys now go down in the past few months and get healing from this medicine, and they had tried tons of other things. And so it's that's just our movement to, you know, to help. Football's not going to go away. You know, military guys are going to come home with injuries. You know, and the normal people have depression and brain damage from different things. So it's we just want to be a part of the solution to help guys and to alleviate suffering.
I have a friend, by the way, who was able to recover from terrible depression in the aftermath of their cancer treatments. They got to the other side of cancer. They came out cancer-free and ended up going to some program in the Pacific Northwest, Northern California, where they would go among the redwoods. And I kid you not, they would do psychedelics under a doctor's care and supervision, and it actually restored her to being the person she was before the cancer. There's a lot of proof that a lot of psychedelics, a lot of psychotropics actually under proper care and proper delivery systems actually work for a whole bunch of stuff. I wanted you to kind of talk about what the drug did for you in regards to alleviation, you know, amelioration, how it actually improve your life. What can you talk to the specific moments where you went, oh my God, that's it? Because a lot of people often get their silver bullet that actually does the thing, and it sounds like in many ways this allowed you to live your life. I mean, you still got the issues you have, but it seems like it has really kind of put you to a place of balance. Talk about that for a second.
Yeah, you know, the first thing I want to say, it is not a magic pill. Right. It is, right, there's tons of work, there's tons of things I still do to continually stay in that healing space that I'm in, but it drastically put me ahead. I went down to that treatment, you know, very, honestly, very suicidal, depressed, I had a ton of brain fog, ringing in my ears, all these things cognitively, the memory, I'd get to later in the day and my speech was off, like I was, you know, when I was sober, I was still fumbling my words. I couldn't get words out. So I went down with those symptoms, and honestly, after a 3-day treatment, I came out of it and was my brain was clear. The brain fog was completely gone. The ringing in my ears was gone. Everything was super intense. I could hear everything. I remember sitting on a hill down in Mexico. The ocean was probably 2 miles away, and I felt like I was sitting in the ocean hearing the waves. It was just the hearing part of it and the sensitivity part of being present. And then, you know, the biggest things were the fog was gone, and you know, there was no thoughts. I remember sitting on the beach with, you know, some of the, you know, baddest men in the world, right? Some Navy SEALs, some fighter pilots. And I remember we kind of all said, we were just kind of looking at each other, and I said, I think I'm supposed to be worrying about something, but I'm worrying about what I'm supposed to be worrying about, right? There was nothing going on in my head. It was just pure clarity, and that lasted when I got home. I got back home. I was with my family, and I went from, you know, my kids would trigger me by their laughing and messing around and running around the house, and I got home, and the first day I'm home, I'm on the floor, you know, whipping my kids around on the floor in their pajamas, causing chaos. And my wife was, I remember her just looking at me with her mouth wide open, because these are things that she stopped because it would trigger me. And now, you know, none of these things were bothering me. My mood was great. I was just happy to be alive. And so, you know, all those sorts of things were the greatest change, and continue to be as I move forward.
Yeah, and the idea of introducing joy back into a house that has become very tense is an amazing thing. Everybody's had those moments in their life, whether it is what I call, you know, psychological or actually physiological, which is what we're talking about here with our gallery. I'm kind of deeply moved by this. And now you guys, before we run out of time here, I can't believe it's almost over with, athletesforcare.org. I've saved enough time to talk about what you guys are doing next month because this is so much fun. And I'm hoping to be able to get up and see part of this. But go ahead. Tell us about what's happening.
Yeah, so we at Athletes for Care, we partnered with DAV, Disabled American Veterans, and we're bringing back the high energy flag football exhibition of military veterans versus pro athletes and celebrities. This event had been done in the past. It went away for a few years because of COVID and all those things, but we've been lucky enough to that I have a relationship with DAV, and they're such a great partner and sponsor of this because military guys I think look up to athletes and athletes look up to military guys, and we all go through a lot of the same things, and so this is a perfect partnership. I found healing with military guys, and my dad was in the Marines. I'm a big supporter of the military, and those are kind of my people now, the military guys that I've been through this healing with, and so it makes sense for us to partner. The stories are the same between veterans and athletes, and yeah, we just want to bring awareness to obviously the great work that DAV has done for over 100 years for these veterans and their families, and for us to bring the athletes in, and what a better place to do it than at Super Bowl week.
By the way, these things don't just happen overnight with a snap of somebody's fingers. Kind of talk about your own role in kind of putting this together, but how one goes about putting something like this together. We've only got about 2 minutes here. I just want to give people a sense of the logistic lift on this from both DAV and, of course, from your organization, so that people know better when they give money what they're giving it to, the kind of logistical planning that goes into this.
Yeah, luckily I did a speaking engagement for DAV at one of their conferences. Got a relationship with them, and from that point was introduced to BJ, who and this was brought up about, hey, what a great idea, and DAV was more than on board to help with this, and obviously they're a huge part of this. We're Athletes for Care is a small new organization. DAV has been around for a long time, so they're doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But yeah, it's getting veterans on site. It's all the logistics of setting this up, but at the end of the day, it's bringing awareness to what both organizations do, and then with people that want to support. It's know where it's going, what we're working towards, and obviously it's just the eyes on both organizations, and at the end of the day, getting people out to have fun and show some of these people who have changed their life around, and how you can be help with that in donating and what it goes towards.
By the way, guys, here's the actionable thing for all you listeners out there. Go to athletesforcare.org. Go to DAV.org. By the way, don't forget, guys, that 35% of athletes struggle with mental health conditions such as anxiety and depression. Retired athletes are 2 to 4 times more likely to develop neurodegenerative diseases. Suicide rates among former athletes, Junior Seau being the poster boy for this, are significantly higher than the general population, and 80% of retired athletes report difficulty transitioning to life after sports. And I just want to remind everybody out there that many of these men spent the better part of a decade entertaining you and bringing you a lot of joy with your friends, either in the stadium or watching them on TV. We owe them a life after that they can be proud of and that they can be healthy in. Thank you so much, Robert. You're welcome back anytime, my friend. Enjoyed having you every minute of it. And guys, if you have anybody at a state that is looking at ibogaine studies or anything like that, make sure you get behind it. Make sure you talk to your representatives over there, and make sure you use Athletes for Care as one of your resources to kind of explain how this can help people live a better life. Thank you, Robert. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
You got it, brother. This has been really fun, Dre. This was, once again, what the hell happened? It's already 8:30.
Flying by.
We're flying by. We're going to take a quick break here, come back on the other side. I got a wonderful book, Thomas Paine's War. I'll punch you right in the face, man, with America. It's a good book, too, by the way. We'll be right back on the other side of this with the author. Go to truckdown.com, by the way. Get yourself out of the ditch, back on the road. Find a service provider. They've been doing it since '97. 50 states, 8 provinces. Truckdown.com.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com. All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are in the gang, and so is Lindsay. She's going to be here in 30, and we are happy about it.
By the way, I'm really excited about that. Don't forget at the end of the show today, we got double L's, CWN. Lindsay Lawler's Country and Western Music News.
I was like, what?
Yeah, Country and Western News. Country and Western Music News is coming your way. We're going to end with that, but we got two great guests when Lindsay joins us as well, but we got a great guest coming up here. Guys, go to RadioNemo.com and subscribe. Trust me, you want to do that. If you guys were on that initial thread when we first started talking about road gang resistance, we're going to be reaching out to you as well, letting you know what's coming up before it actually gets there. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. By the way, Jack Kelley is a public scholar, a historian, a novelist. His book, Volcor, was called Historical Writing at its Best. New York Times referred to The Edge of Anarchy as timely and urgent. Heaven's Ditch is a rollicking account of the Erie Canal and the political and religious upheavals that erupted along its length. Band of Giants, winner of the DAR History Medal, is a pithy and insightful history of Revolutionary War. Gunpowder offers readers an account of the world's first explosive substance, an invention that quite literally changed the world. I could go on if I actually spent this entire discussion talking about Jack's resume. It would be the entire discussion. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about his new book, by the way. We're talking about Tom Paine's War, the words that rallied a nation, and the founder for our time. And its author, Jack Kelley, friend of the show, joins us. Good morning to you, Jack. How you been?
Good morning, Jimmy. I've been great, and it's really good to join you at a time we're right at the beginning of the 250th anniversary of the country's birth. So it's an exciting time for everybody who's got an interest in the revolution.
I'm really excited to have you on. A great way to kind of start off that whole kind of project over here at Radio Nemo as well, at Road Gang Radio. I have to tell you, and going through the book, and there's a thought I keep having, is that there are two very, and this I'm being very general, there are two very distinct Americas, or distinct Americas that are coming into being on the verge of the Revolutionary War. The first is the Leave Me Alone crowd. Well, actually, both of them are Leave Me Alone crowds. One of them is Leave Me Alone in peace, so I can go off to my little farm and live my life as independently as I want to. The other place, which looks like Boston, which looks like a lot of the cities, almost feels like this crazy sort of college campus, place where the action is, place where people are arguing in pubs, arguing in taverns and inns, arguing all across about kind of hashing out what it means to be free. So you get people like Lafayette, people from all over the world just start showing up and wanting to be part of the action. And in the middle of that, we get Tom Paine. we get Thomas Paine, who just kind of shows up and really stirs up some shinola, I guess is the best way to say it. Is that a fair assessment of his kind of contribution to the fabric, that he really kind of comes in and really kind of brings some clarity with his thoughts to all of this stuff?
Yeah, I think that is a good way to put it. I think the two things that to me that really I feel shaped Tom Paine was the fact that he lived his life, in the early part of his life, in England. He was 37 when he came over to America in 1774. So he had been a working man in England, and he always had a sympathy for working people, for ordinary soldiers, and a real resentment of the aristocratic structure and the class structure of English society. And he knew it very well because he was exposed to it for all the early part of his life. And when he came over here, he thought that there can be something really new here, that we can really start, as he said, we can begin the world over again. And he became one of the most radical proponents of the revolution and of independence, and really convinced Americans that they should declare independence, because even though they'd started the Revolutionary War already, most people were looking for reconciliation with the British Crown, and this basically wanted to make a deal. And he changed all that with his pamphlet Common Sense in the early days of the early months of 1776.
One of the things I want you to kind of talk about too is the fact that, at its basic core, he understood it's an amazing thing for a man from his background to really kind of have a really grasp of understanding the fact that aristocracy, the fact that, what we now call authoritarianism, which, by the way, is just aristocracy in another cape, at its ultimate core, it's a fraud. It's an illusion. It's not a right. It's not a divine right given down to kings from heaven. It is an absolute sense of one person just saying, I'm in charge and everybody has to listen to me. And he sees it, as clearly as any of the founding fathers do, as any of the people who are, writing the great documents about independence, trying to craft a better union later on. Can you kind of talk about the process? Because so much of Paine is process, but so much of Paine in many ways is like Hamlet too, that he's observing the world around him, whether it's in England or in the United States, and he's pulling together his observations and beginning to reach conclusions. Take us through the process of how he gets to common sense.
One thing that I always point out, while he was still living in England, he only had an elementary school education. He was really self-educated. He kept learning all through his life. But he had this elementary school education, but he was very bright, and he would get involved in what were called tavern debates, and they would have these formal debates in the pub, and they drink pints of ale and talk over the issues of the day, and they gave a prize for whoever had the sharpest arguments, and Paine often won that prize. He was very quick-witted, and he knew how to reach people. He didn't talk over their heads, but he got the point across. And I think those tavern debates really shaped his style, which was to appeal to common people. When he came to America, he wrote a pamphlet, and it was called Common Sense. There were many of these pamphlets being published at the time. Many were written by lawyers, by clergymen, intellectuals, aimed at other intellectuals that have a lot of quotes from the classics. And Thomas Paine shocked people with Common Sense when he wrote in a style that a farmer could understand or a laborer could understand. And that was what got his message across. And he was bringing that from England, where he grew up in a town that was almost like a feudal town. The lord of the manor ruled everything. If you went and gathered some firewood on the estate of the lord, you could be hanged for it. And he saw people hanged. The hangings were quite a festivity in England. And this whole idea of inequality and the privilege and the corruption of English society, he knew much better than many Americans knew, because most Americans have never been to England, and they thought the king was a sort of a celebrity figure in the distance, and Paine knew that the king and the aristocrats were a force personally objectionable to him.
Yeah, and like I said, in many ways, the thing about the idea that it's just kind of sui generis just sort of occurs to him that's the score, but it's not really that, is it? I mean, like I said, having seen it up close and beginning to realize the injustice of it. The other thing is too, you think about the idea, you contrast those public hangings, which by the way, the equivalent of bread and circuses. Oh, what a good time to watch somebody else who is not me get their neck get snapped, sometimes for infractions that don't merit that or warrant that in any circumstance on any occasion. Does the commonality of his writing, I know it springs from his own background as well too, but is he trying to avoid the very thing that is happening in England, the idea that the common man gets kind of pulled into it, the idea that they become kind of an unwilling, willing participant in this sort of, rule, that they become the enforcers of the aristocracy's will by simply being present and acknowledging a hanging. And by writing in that, he is hoping to create a populace of not just these, I don't want to call them aristocrats, but these landed gentry that want the break, but trying to show them as well, we need the people who actually are doing the working and the striving to understand that they have a stake in this, and that if this project works, their situation will be lifted.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And one thing I just an aside to follow up on what I just said. One of the influences on Thomas Paine was Benjamin Franklin, and Franklin had been living in London for quite a number of years when it came into the early part of the 1770s, and he and Paine met. Paine was also interested in science, as was Franklin, and Franklin almost adopted him as a kind of political son, he called him, and he, I think Paine was very much influenced of Benjamin Franklin, his simple writing style, the fact that he was also from a working class background. And when he came to America, he came holding on to a recommendation from Benjamin Franklin, and it really helped him get along in Philadelphia, where he landed. But I think you're right that the main emphasis of Paine in writing common sense and in his influence on the early part of the Revolution was the idea of equality. And what he meant by equality was the getting rid of the class system, getting rid of this almost feudal system, and having a system where everybody had a shot at it. That was that he essentially inserted into the Declaration of Independence, and Jefferson, the very first statement of the Declaration was all men are created equal.
And that's really crucial too, because even though you have, like I said, this landed gentry who are dreaming and scheming up to begin the world anew, at the same time, there is the danger that class system, because people always fall back on what they know, and while the American experiment began long before the shots heard around the world actually were issued, there's always that kind of inclination that you always kind of, fall back to the places that you are safe with, the conservative impulse, and guys, I mean that with a lowercase c, to kind of keep the status quo. And it sounds like that's Paine's great contribution to say, no, if you're really going to actually change the world, that you've got to begin with the idea that the franchise extends beyond your own landed gentry, and that becomes an important voice in that way, correct?
Yeah, that he had a certain element of you have to tear it down before you can build it up again, and that was what made him a radical. It was what scared people. The loyalists in America they just didn't want it. They might imagine that things could be better, but they were afraid of that transition of you have to destroy the powers that be in order to create this new world.
The other thing I want to go back to, by the way, and I wasn't aware of this until I read the book. I wasn't aware of the fact that, that Franklin actually served as a mentor. And I'm noticing this throughout the entire Revolution, whether it's Washington with Hamilton and a number of other people, Lafayette, or whether it is Franklin with Paine. There really seems to be a real tradition, and somewhat we've lost here. It's one of the things that I think maybe people always want to return to the Founding Fathers and those times for various reasons. But they really have a good model of mentorship, right? That people understood that posterity meant living on through somebody else, especially when you didn't have children yourself. And there seems to be in the Revolution the idea that they knew this was for posterity, and so they always were looking for people that could speak their agenda after they were gone. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that is true. That I think some historians now are discovering writings that they've attributed to Benjamin Franklin that were actually written while he was in England, were actually written by Thomas Paine, or they collaborated. And so I think the connection is even closer than had been described in some of the earlier biographies of Paine. Franklin returned to America soon after Paine came over here and worked with him in Philadelphia towards the Declaration of Independence. So, and of course, Franklin was on the committee that wrote the Declaration. So that was, and you see it in the Army too. Like Washington had Alexander Hamilton and various other young men who were his aides, who I think learned a lot from him, and vice versa, probably.
Yeah, and by the way, if you guys get a chance, please check out Tom Paine's War. Jack Kelley, its author, is with us this morning. The other thing is that, one of the things you do early, we've already referenced this, you do early in the book, you actually do a really clever thing where you make sure that we understand where Paine was as a young man, while at the same time explaining to us how, that George becomes king, at the age of 22. And Is there some kind of miraculous miracle that's going on here in the sense, I keep going back to this, there's got to be some awakening point for him. I know the public hangings and all that kind of stuff, but if you could pinpoint for our listeners where you think the moment of aha comes and the decision to go to America, to be like, it's almost like the journey to San Francisco in the 60s, just to a large degree here. It's not the best comparison in the world, but the idea that people often have an epiphany. They want to change their life, and they understand that they are in a place that life change cannot occur. And then they kind of say, you know what? The only place where they're really talking about this stuff is America, and I got to get my butt over there. What does that epiphanic moment look like?
Well, I'd like to say that there is an epiphany, but I think it would, you can't not really put your finger on it, because Thomas Paine lived his life in at the lowest rung of maybe the middle class, you'd call it, of Britain. He was a working man. He was a corset maker, which was a tedious, competitive business, and he worked long hours at that. He didn't get the chance for an education, and he went from that to the next thing, and the next thing. He was a school teacher for a while. Eventually got a job as a tax collector. He was just holding on by his fingernails, and the time came when he lost his job as a tax collector. He's separated from his wife. He had a little money come to him, and he decided now is the time. And happenstance, I'm afraid to say, it plays a very big part in history. And some of the things we tried to say, well, it was because of this and that happened, and it came together. And it was actually just necessity and happenstance. He said, I'm going to try my luck in America, and he came over here. So I can't really say that he had a great awakening, but I think he pursues ideas and his ideals and his values all through his life, and he was a genuine character. He was not making it up. He lived, and more so even than somebody like Thomas Jefferson, who was a highly educated, very refined. Thomas Paine got his ideas from his life experience. He knew what it was to work. He knew what it was to be on the taking side of the scorn of the aristocrats. and that was always what he pursued.
By the way, just to kind of put his money where his mouth is, this is from Tom Paine's War. As soon as he was legally free, he moved on to London to work as a journeyman. The 19-year-old found a position with a master staymaker in Covent Garden, earning 2 shillings 6 pence a day and living in a small rented room. Assistants like Paine were required to work 14 hours a day and were subject to arbitrary dismissal. The only consolation was being on his own in the roaring, bustling city. You could make the argument that there is happenstance in regards to the mini windfall that he gets that allows him to kind of make that journey. But what really is cool, too, is the fact that you can make a case that he's a pressure valve, and his one stroke of luck is to get that money right at the moment of maximum crisis, so that right as things are ramping up in America, he's able to get that little something that kind of sends him there. But it's what the destination is pushing him towards. He just doesn't have the means to make it happen. He also, by the way, just to show you that he wasn't a physical coward by any stretch of the imagination, he actually signed on a privateering expedition, didn't he?
Yeah, he signed on to 2 of them, and one was a ship that was, the captain's name was Death. His last name was Death. And his father rushed into London, saved him from going on that ship. That everybody on that ship died, including Death. But Paine was not deterred. He went back and got another ship and went out, and they would prey on French shipping on the high seas. And he had probably more of a taste of war than many Americans did when he came over here, because he'd seen this war at sea. And he got a pretty good windfall from that, which he then spent on a very long vacation in London, going to taking courses and trying to further his education. So he was an enterprising guy from the beginning.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, it's really, I want my listeners to kind of understand this, and in many ways, this is in many ways the beginnings of what you would call the muscular, I don't want to say the union movement, but there are elements in there too, because you literally get him taking on people like Samuel Johnson, who said that you need leisure in order to come to any sort of thinking point, and he's actually pushing in the other direction, and he's saying no. He said we're only going to get there if in fact we don't confine people to one place or another, and we work hard and we strive. And I love the idea, and you write this, by the way. I got a couple of quotes here. The idea of rigidly confining a person in a particular role was as foreign to rational thinking as superstitions, fairy tales, and witchcraft. That the caste system in and of itself, like the monarchy, which is where all the fraud springs from, it's literally an illusion. And that's why all men are created equal is so powerful and important. It's basically saying, no. There's no assignment from heaven or by the structures of man that make putting people in different caste systems acceptable at all. That's the foundation of it all. I mean, that's the idea. The American working man, in many ways, has his origin, or at least how we conceive him, in Thomas Paine. You can tell me I'm full of it, by the way, if I don't have it right.
No, I think that is definitely true. And one of the ways I actually, one of the things that sparked my interest in Thomas Paine is I wrote a book about the Pullman strike in the 1890s and at the peak of the Gilded Age, and by Eugene Debs.
Oh, yeah.
Debs actually went on to form the Democratic Socialist Party, but as a union leader, Debs' favorite founder was Thomas Paine, and he's always been a favorite of people in the union movement because he had that sympathy, and really comes across in a lot of his writing, a real sympathy for working people, and he certainly knew of what he spoke.
Yeah. By the way, Debs is one of those great stories. I don't know if people know about this about Debs, but at the end of the Pullman strike, when he actually comes out of the prison and the 5,000 people that meet him there. I mean, it was just something extraordinary. Okay, so let's kind of talk about Paine in America. and what that looks like, where he goes first, what he does, how he gets himself deep in the action as quickly as he possibly can. He's not Lafayette. He got a little bit of money. He ain't a millionaire, by the way, who has no bounds whatsoever. He's a guy that, used that little bit of money to get where he had to get to. How does he actually get into the action?
Well, he's a very congenial guy. He made a lot of friends in Philadelphia. Philadelphia was a pretty radical city in the working class, among the working class of Philadelphia. And so he got into that. He got to know people. He was a magazine editor there for a while. And then his friends said, why don't you write about the conflict between Britain and America? The war had already started. Explain it from an Englishman's point of view. So he began, but they told him one thing. They said, don't mention the word independence because that's too radical for people. He just ignored that advice, and he went and wrote the pamphlet as a strong argument for independence. It was a great contributor to changing the public opinion, get moving away from reconciliation and going for actual independence. And by July, he published that in January 1776. By July, the Continental Congress was declaring that the colonies had or were absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that really changed everything. Paine then wanted to do what he thought a citizen of a republic would do, and he gave all the profits from the pamphlet, which were pretty extensive, to buy supplies for the army, and then he signed up for the Pennsylvania militia and marched as a private, even though by this time he was somewhat of a celebrity in America from having written Common Sense. He marched as a private in the campaign that was in the fall of 1776, the most disastrous period for the Patriots, as they pretty much lost, George Washington's army lost pretty much every battle they fought, and they ended up retreating across New Jersey, being forced into Pennsylvania, and that was the low point in some ways, the low point of American history, because the 20,000-man army had shrunk to 3,000 men, and Washington was writing to his brother at the time. He said, I think the game is pretty near up. And then Thomas Paine sat down and wrote The American Crisis, which was his second big pamphlet that restored morale to the army. George.
Jack, you broke up. Jack, repeat the last thing you said just one more time for us, man. We lost you just a little second.
So in 1776, in December, Thomas Paine wrote The American Crisis, which is a great rallying cry that these are the times that try men's souls, and that helped to revive the morale in the army and perhaps convince George Washington to cross the Delaware River on Christmas night and defeat the Hessians and really turn the war around. So he wasn't a great soldier. He wasn't a fighter particularly in the army. He was tended to be more of a secretary. But by writing that pamphlet, he really gave a rally cry that people have remembered ever since.
Tom Paine's War, the words that rallied a nation and the founder for our time. If you want to hear that incredible story, and like I said, we've had to play some real games here. I don't like giving away the book. I know that it's history and it's there, but there's a lot of details that you might have missed, some things I did not know and was thrilled to kind of discover. Jack, congratulations on the book, and by the way, happy birthday to America, 250 this year. We'll always love having you. Is the Hudson Valley still covered in snow, or do you have a little breathing room today?
Well, we've got a little breathing room, but it's getting cold again, and it's supposed to snow tomorrow. So it's winter. That's all I can say.
And by the way, we got a lot of friends out there listening on the road right now, Jack, who are in complete agreement. Go to Jack Kelley, and that's only got one E in it, JackKelleyBooks.com, and find out more about this wonderful author, not just this book, but many more that are there that are worth checking out. Thank you, Jack. Always good to have you.
Okay. Thanks, Jimmy. Really enjoyed it.
We always enjoy that, don't we, Dre? Jack, good dude. Well, roll out that carpet. Roll out the red carpet, because I got to tell you, Double L, with her country and western music news and her ability to charm the socks off of both you and all of our guests, is coming on the scene.
She's coming.
Could I have a gold sparkle carpet?
100%.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Hey, we're still rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Who's that, Dre? Rolling, roll. Is that Limp Bizkit?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Rolling, baby.
I came out to volleyball and some Limp Bizkit. That and Down with the Sickness by Disturbed. Those are my walkouts.
Oh, you know what mine was when I was on a swim team?
What?
I Come From the Water by the Toadies.
I don't think I know that. Do you know that, Jim?
I do not.
The song Possum King by the Toadies. You ever heard that one?
Don't know the Toadies.
Ooh, I'm going to play that later, guys. I got y'all.
Don't know the Toadies. Do not know the Toadies. Matter of fact, no Toadies here, by the way.
Nope.
No actual real Toadies here. We all march the beat of our different drummers. We're all Thomas
Only
Paine.
roadies. Only roadies around here. No toadies
No
around
toadies,
here.
only roadies. Hey, guys, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. We're now in two places, the Fastport Studio in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from the birthplace of trucking radio, and the New Orleans Fairgrounds, the home of the New Orleans Jazz Fest. Beautiful area here on Esplanade Avenue, but we're also at the Accushore Studios. Where is that?
The Accushore Studios, that's in Franklin, Tennessee, just down the road from Music City, the world's most famous honky-tonk. That's Tootsie's, the Ryman, the Mother Church, the original Grand Ole Opry, and not far from where now the current Grand Ole Opry resides, over there near the Opry Mills Mall. So that's where we are, Music City, from Music Sleazy to New Orleans.
Easy.
Easy.
Yeah, actually, we could be sleazy and queasy, or we can be cheesy and easy. It's all kind of great. And by the way, you can hear us.
Sneezy.
sometimes in the winter, maybe.
You can hear us on iHeartRadio, and you can also yak it up on YouTube like a lot of our friends. Jay says this show is really growing my audiobook library. Lindsay, if you get a chance, I know you got a ton of things to read. There's a lot of great stuff you got coming up on We Should Write that you got to get brushed up on. But I'm telling you, Jack's book is really a lot of fun because it really does a great job of explaining how somebody gets to where they get. And I love the idea in the 250th year of America. I keep on going back to it, Lindsay. The country was founded by two distinctly groups of people who wanted to be left alone. One of them wanted to be really left alone, go out to their farms, go out to the hollers, go out to the wilderness and kind of find themselves, like Henry David Thoreau. And on the other side, the people wanted to be left alone in a big city. And I don't mean like left alone in the sense that it's like, don't talk to me, but like talk to me, but talk to me as an equal. I'm tired of being treated like somebody who's not equal because of where I was born and where I come from. I think I deserve to kind of fall and rise on my own merits. And Paine falls in that second category. And in many ways, at 37 years old, it's like a guy who gets a second chance to go back to college, who never got a chance to go to college. And imagine that, you're frustrated your whole life. You've been kicked and spit on, and you think the world is unfair.
I don't have to imagine that.
And then you get a little bit of money, and you're able to catch a boat to make a trip to the very place where they're talking about things that you are completely interested in, that you are completely down for, and that you're all excited about, and you can't wait to dig into it. Imagine the excitement when he saw those shores for the first time. Imagine that. You spend your whole life wanting to be around people who want to be free, and now you get a chance to make your way across the ocean and be free. I bring all this up because Joe J says that his audiobook library is really growing because of this show. I hope it is. I hope you end up like 4-aught with 600, 700-plus titles to your name that you get a chance to listen to. As we learn and we know, man, there's nothing better than the going and the doing and being curious. Good morning to you, by the way.
Good morning to you, friend. Speaking of one more thing to add to your collection coming up here in just a couple minutes, we have another book to add to your collection from Connor McAnally. Is about to be joining us with his crime thriller called Bullets in the Water. McAnally.
So much fun.
The Mac. It's a thriller, and it's murder in Texas. Everything's creepier in Texas, so I'm here for that. Hey, I want to say after Connor, I want to talk to y'all about Guinness Book of World Records because I have an idea for the three of us. Heard y'all talking this morning and got inspired, so we'll circle back to that. But also I want to say, per your sock conversation real quick, I like gifts that keep on giving. I don't like to get them. I like to give them. And I gave Seamus one year. Seamus is a big sock guy too. He's got, 2 drawers that are just socks and fun, kitschy socks, and my parents give them to him and he finds them. And I did, he gets that from his dad. I got him for Christmas 2 years ago a Sock of the Month Club. So he'd get a new pair of really fun, nice, good quality socks every month. They would show up. And that was fun because you kind of forget about it and then they show up. And then he liked that so much that I also got him for Father's Day, or rather my daughter Freya got him. It was called a Scent Bird. This is not sponsored. They are not a sponsor, but I loved it. I found it. And so they would send him. He's never really been a big cologne guy, but I love men wearing cologne. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'd wear it myself just to think of men wearing cologne. So I got him, and it's called Scent Bird, and a new scent, like Fancy Pants scents, would show up, but like a small one, so you could test it, as opposed to spending a couple $100 on on English Laundry or Gucci or whatever. They sent a new one each month. They sent a scent each month in this little bottle that was travel, and so we got to test them all out for a year and then pick which one he liked the best and then spend the money on it. I think that's really cool. You
know why you like the gifts that keep on giving?
Why?
Because you give so much of yourself.
Oh, that's me. I just thank me for my service.
Courage.
I'm the gift that keeps on giving, whether you like it or not.
Courage and guts, by the way,
That's
which is a
me.
lot of in the book we're going to be talking about next.
Heck yeah.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio, and we have our first guest of the morning. Would you care for me to do the introduction here, Lindsay?
Yeah,
I'm happy to do
let's
it.
go for it, because then I can dig into Texas murder.
Going back to your past.
It's my roots, guys. It's my roots.
Connor McAnally is an award-winning writer, performer, producer, and a TV director. He's a native of Ireland. He's a former investigative print, radio, and television journalist. By the way, the writing bears that out in this book. Connor's produced thousands of factual and entertainment television shows for networks worldwide, including BBC, ITV, Channel 4, DirecTV, AMC, Nickelodeon, RTE, SBS, Fuse. I could go on. We should go on. I would tell you also that his story, Love Spines, was the 2024 winner of the Plaza Prize for Nonfiction. His short stories, Shattered Silence and The Bell Tolls, were published in the anthology Stories of Place by Black Rose Writing in April of 2025. The Psychiatrist Window, a prize winner in the Southwest Writers Short Story Competition, and published. McAnally created, wrote, and produced and directed the hybrid youth drama series Over the Wall for BBC. It's very good. He divides his time between living in Austin, Texas, and Galway, Ireland, which means he is our spirit animal, Lindsay, because, man, could you think about a better way to live life than between those two particular places? Connor, welcome to the show. Glad to have you. But for all of that, what we're really talking about is, well, you know, the book. The new book out that's out right now, and we're excited. Bullets in the Water is terrific. It's tough, it's mean, and it's also kind of has a central character who is 1 second away from literally splitting his head wide open and roaring at the world. Hi, Connor. Good morning.
Good morning to you. It's a great pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you. I have to say, Connor, I'm a Texas girl, and I married an Irishman. My husband is Seamus Nathaniel Scarborough Frawley, so you are like if he and I had a baby, I guess it'd be
Spirit
you.
Animal.
So that's very exciting to have you.
Well, I'm similar, Lindsay. I'm married to a woman from Austin, Texas.
Well, I love it. Well, let's double date, Connor. I look forward to that moment. Let's go double date and talk about murder. Okay, well let's dive in, because the thing, as I was going through this, what kept popping in my head, trying to like put myself somehow in your shoes, and both being from the investigative side and then writing this, you know, as a journalist yourself, you're trained to chase the answers, but then it feels like as a novelist, which I am not, that you're allowed to sort of sit inside the ambiguity of it all, because that's more about sometimes, you know, readers figuring it out for themselves. So it's such an interesting juxtaposition to me to come from one world to the other. And so with that said, you know, you've spent years as this investigative journalist before writing fiction. What changes in you when you move from reporting facts to telling a story inspired by them?
I think the main thing is that you have the ability to kind of go into nuances that you're not able to go into in print or in radio and television as a journalist, because you have to have verifiable facts in those scenarios. Whereas with a novel, you can paint a lot of gray because you're not having to prove it. Do you know what I mean? You're making it up. So I like that you're able to bring kind of a lot more shades of gray into what you're doing.
It's fascinating. Well, I don't know. It's fascinating on so many levels, Jim, when we think about like merging the worlds of media and entertainment, I guess is.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because you actually, in the book, kind of talk about the dangers of doing that as a journalist, or at least jumping to conclusions, because Mike, who is at the center of this book, makes a terrible mistake. I mean, and the idea that we were talking about it this morning because one of my callers wanted me to kind of speculate on why something happened. And I have a pretty good inclination as to why. The danger is anybody who works in journalism, anybody who works in media like that, is in many ways a starter pistol. The moment you write the wrong thing without properly sourcing your stuff, without really digging deep, there's a chance that, you know, the lie gets across the world before the truth even gets out of bed. And that is kind of one of the, I guess, expositional inciting incidents that leads to the events of this book as well. Talk a little bit about Mike Carson, how he ends up in Texas, and why he's no longer in New York.
Right. Mike Carson is a very successful journalist who comes out of a fictional town called Taborville, Texas, and he goes down the career ladder into Dallas initially, and then gets plucked out of there into New York, into a fictional newspaper called the New York Chronicle, and he loves to get into investigative, deep dive journalism, but some of his stuff starts to go wrong, and the pressure of being undercover gets him into problems with the unfortunate alcohol, which has always been journalists' Achilles heel, I reckon. And he starts to cut corners. And when he's desperate for a story, he goes with something that he hasn't properly fact-checked, which ultimately leads to some disastrous consequences for human beings involved in the story, but also for him in relation to both his wife and his marriage, because he's basically used information that she supplied to him that he shouldn't have used, and gets him fired from the newspaper as well. So he's down on his uppers, and he goes back to Texas to sell his uncle's house, which has been in the family for generations. And we find him back in Taborville, no job, no prospect of a job, and trying to sort his life out a little bit and figure out where he goes from here.
Well, and it's, again, since it's based on these murders, but, this is a fictional book, so we're talking around it, of course, because we want everybody to read this book, to consume this book. But the themes in it are what stand out. And, your main character in this, he returns to a hometown that he thought he'd left behind. I can certainly identify with that, and which is a lot of times a really powerful trigger in crime fiction. But as far as it pertains to the town and this
Tabor.
Tabor. Which sounds very real, by the way. Small towns, they really do hold memory, I feel like, different than big cities, and like it just has this way for like secrets to linger longer or something. So how important was, and also like Texas, West Virginia, like murders just makes more sense there for whatever reason. But how important was the actual place, with all that being said, from the small town, the place in shaping the story for you?
Hugely important for me. And the whole sense of Taborville and the place itself is certainly I wanted it to be a character in the story, because I think small Texas towns, I think small towns everywhere, but certainly small Texas towns have a unique flavor and a unique sort of setup of personages who are in control. And it's not unlike small town Ireland, perfectly honest with you. But I was fascinated by the comparisons, if you like, between small town Ireland and small town Texas, and the similarities and differences between them. But I definitely wanted people to have a sense of the town itself, of what it was like. It's an older town. It's been around a while. There's 5 generations of Texans who've lived there, that kind of feel.
It's interesting, too, by the way, because the way you kind of set places, and something made me laugh out loud. The logo for Sisters in Arms firing range was a pastiche of Norman Rockwell's Rosie the Riveter. The rivet gun had been replaced by a 50-caliber machine gun, the sandwich by Dirty Harry's .44 Magnum. The hearty smile was just the same. And I kept thinking about this, too, Lindsay, because in the city, the cacophony covers the secrets, but in the small town, you can almost hear them in the whisper of the wind. And that's the other thing, too, that kind of plays out through this whole thing, is that the secrets of a small town are often quite visible if you only look hard enough. And in many ways, you're putting a guy who is so used to digging deep to get to the truth, it's almost kind of overwhelming when the world is all around him telling him what is going on, but he's not able to make the connections initially. Talk to me about the way you kind of put this book together, too, which is it's almost done in these kind of really kind of fast-paced chapters. I suddenly realized when I was going through it, I'm like, wait, I'm over halfway through this thing. I'm just tearing through it. Is there a deliberate, and I've always wanted to ask the question of this, of a crime writer, tough kind of fiction, there's almost a way to even lay it out so that the audience is kind of moved along by the kind of rhythmic pace of short, punchy paragraphs with dialogue in between it. But you're also playing in a Texas town, which, as Lindsay points out, the geography of that is going to have an impact. So how do you create the rhythms of a Texas town? I realize it's also Mike's rhythms as well, too. But how do you create those rhythms while still kind of pushing the story, inexorably forward?
For me, Jimmy, it's basically about trying to visualize it as a TV show, which is obviously something I have a lot of familiarity with. But every chapter, every scene is something I kind of see in my head, and I'm trying to create the same sort of tension, the same sort of movement in the words as I would if I was making the pictures. That's kind of really where I come from, is that television background. And I've never been one who wants to hang around in a story. I want to see where we're going and get on with it. I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie personally, so I've always wanted to live life at a fairly high speed. So I try to drag people along with me as best I can on that level. And what I do in order to make sure that happens is the first draft is much longer, and I really go after it then and start hacking out anything that's slowing the pace down.
So you murder your darlings, is what you're telling me.
Indeed, I did. On this book, I killed the first 4 chapters.
Wow. And let me ask you a question. Was it epiphanic when you did it? Did you get rid of it and suddenly realize, wow, it's gone? I mean, did you have that moment of, how do I put this? That when you did it, did it feel painful, or was it like it opened up like, oh my God, that's it. That's how it works.
I tell you what it was. When I envisaged doing it, I was so upset with myself. I'm like, I can't. There's some great writing here. I really can't do this. I can't. And then when I finally went, no, it's wrong, chop it, suddenly the story took off immediately. And I realized that all of the information, all of the excitement of those first 4 chapters could be incorporated in little bits sprinkled throughout the rest of the book. And it worked so much better as a result of that. It really sort of came alive in a different way, which was very exciting. And I was delighted I'd done it in the end, although I dreaded it.
The other thing I kind of wanted to dig into here with you for a second is the idea of the ending. And I always ask this in terms of processing in regards to what you're creating. Do you like to know where it's going? And I hate these expressions, planner and pantser. I hear them a lot.
Right.
But are you a person, like I said, I have a good friend of mine, Julian Simpson, who literally kind of writes himself and then kind of sees where it's going, and then he begins to figure out where it should go, and then he begins to slowly kind of make his way towards a more organized ending. But I was curious, as if with this kind of book, it seems that were you in a process of discovery? Because if you are, that makes cutting the first 4 chapters a little bit easier, it seems to me, than if you've planned it.
I am a planner, but I hope always to be open to what happens when in the writing. So although I had an ending in mind and I kind of got very close to what that ending was, there were nuances and changes in it that came along the way as a result of just the writing process, because things crop up. Like, I didn't imagine every single scene or every single chapter in advance, but I had a very good handle on what was the beginning, middle, and end of this, or the end that I wanted for the story. And the end that comes is not quite the ending that I wanted. It doesn't quite tie up, all of the, with all the nice little bows. There's a lot more ambiguity in it. And that came from the writing, but also, I suppose, in a way, from my own experience of life as a journalist. The stories don't always work out the way you think they're going to.
No, and that's always a big surprise for me. By the way, guys, our friend Lindsay is not just being dumbstruck silent by the brilliance of our guest right now, having a bit of an internet issue, or so it seems, over in the holler. We're going to get her back on as soon as possible. We are great to have Mr. McAnally here with us this morning, talking about his new book, Bullets in the Water. But that's the other thing, too, is that sometimes one of the hardest things I find about this kind of stuff is every once in a while you get a logical destination, the only one that makes sense, and and you hate it. And I don't mean that you hate the writing. You just, it breaks your heart. You know what I'm saying? That it turns out that somebody did something. And by the way, I'm not giving anything away here. We're talking more general about writing. That somebody is a worse person than you thought they were. That somebody has to die who you'd rather not die. But that the story and the momentum dictates that. And that causes its own sense of problems, correct?
Absolutely. But I think that always gives you an extra bit of interest, doesn't it? You sort of like, oh, God, I wasn't expecting that to happen.
One of the things about the drink and the anger that kind of play through this as well, too, is that often the way this kind of plays out, because he is, and this was my question, too, he is wrestling with the past, his own mistakes as he kind of goes through this. And I don't know how much of this in full, but I felt this as I was reading the book, the idea that there is nothing worse than being sent back to the minor leagues. There is nothing worse than being away from the world that meant so much to you, and now you're no longer a part of it. It just literally is heartbreaking. And that becomes, in its own way, that character, I don't want to call it a flaw, but that reality of character in many ways causes the problem. How much does a character's mood, does their condition affect the way you plot? Are you able to either justify or find that there are things you can't do because of the character's emotional or physical flaws as you put stuff together?
I think the character's emotional flaws are critical to any character's kind of response to a reader. You know, I think I love flawed characters, and I don't know any human being that I've ever met in the world that doesn't have a flaw of some kind. And I find those quite warming. In order to write Mike's struggles, you do have to kind of go, there are certain things he's going to do that aren't attractive. You know, if you're trying to give up drink and you don't, and you say you will and you won't, and you lie to people about it, that's part of the struggle of, people coming out of alcoholism. And that is a norm. So, your hero, do you really want your hero to be lying to his friends? Not really. But on the other hand, that's very real. That's how life is.
Yeah, and the thing is, by the way, the same kind of nonsense that gets him in trouble before the book even begins rears its ugly head, and the temptations of that sort of shortcutting, the temptations of that sort of, hard charging, not thinking about the way other people feel, is not just an expositional device to put him back in Texas. It is an ongoing concern throughout the book, by the way. Can you do me a favor a little bit? Because I can unpack it a little bit too, but I want to make sure that you're under control of your own narrative, because so much of this is about discovery. Tell folks about the murders a little bit, and tell them what he's digging into without giving away the game.
Without giving it all away. Sure. Well, when Mike gets back, he gets into town. His only goal really is to sell his uncle's house. That's really what he's focused on. But he gets approached by a girl from high school that he used to go out with, whose husband has been murdered. And she is not getting any help from the police. She's not getting any good answers from them. She doesn't trust them. And she's trying to find out what happened to her husband, who got sort of senselessly murdered, shot dead, while delivering newspapers in the area. And Mike very reluctantly gets involved in doing that for her. But as he's doing it, he gets sucked in farther and farther and farther into a conspiracy, because every layer of questions he asks provokes a whole other set of questions, but actually starts alerting a lot of dangerous people in the town that there's somebody on their trail, and they're going to have to do something about stopping the questions being asked. And that mirrors my own experience to a very large degree as an investigative journalist in Ireland back in the day during the Irish Troubles. When we were doing investigations into, for example, the bombings of Dublin that changed a lot of the political landscape in terms of legislation against armed groups that were in the Republic of Ireland and in the north of Ireland. myself and a colleague of mine, the more questions we asked, the more stuff started to get weird. Like, my death notice got phoned into the newspaper while my colleague was on duty and got the call. That sort of stuff happens when you're trying to investigate those kinds of things.
Yeah, and by the way, the thing is I used to work for the Times-Picayune down here and also the New Orleans Advocate, and I would tell you the closer you get, the more you accelerate, the more things tend to show up in the middle of the road trying to stop you from getting there.
Yeah.
That's kind of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to have to get out of here. We're out of time. I can't believe how fast that went by. I did want to share this with you, with our listeners, by the way. There's some really crackling stuff that goes on here. Carson, yes, Mr. Carson, I think the city works best when the council is unified. That has always worked for us in the past. Mike responds, says, keep the status quo. Exactly. May I ask for your vote? Yes. Thank you. Would it be okay to put up a sign in your yard? No, it would not. I'm a journalist. I write for the local paper here these days. Can't afford to support any candidate in an election. I understand, but I can depend on your vote. No, I said you could ask for it, but how I vote is not something I ever share. And on and on and on it goes. It's a lot of fun. It's a crackling read, but it's also got some really great things to say as well. Connor, you're welcome back anytime. The next time you get a book, I promise you, Lindsay will be here for the full throttle. The internet over in the holler seems to have gone down a little bit, but we over here in New Orleans really appreciate you coming here. Thank you so much, my friend. Tell them your social so they can find you.
I'm at connor@connormac.com. Is my email, and I'm on Facebook as Connor McAnally, and I'm on Instagram as Connor Mac Author.
Love it very much. ConnorMac.com is the place to be, and all the other socials as well. Thank you, sir. Congratulations and good writing, by the way. Continue it.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much, Jimmy Mac. Thoroughly enjoyed this.
Thank you, sir. Guys, it really is worth checking out. It's a lot of fun. It's perfect, by the way. Perfect for the listening and the reading while you're on the open road. Enjoy. We'll talk at you guys on the other side of this break, and we'll see what's going on over in Franklin, Tennessee. We'll be right back after this.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes? while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families. Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
They are hot, and so is Lindsay Lawler. Hi, hot.
Oh, did you tell Connor I love him?
I did actually. I didn't even make your apologies. I made your explanation. It was like, I actually told him from the get-go. I said, while I would like to tell you that Lindsay is in awe of your brilliance right now, and I explained to him what happened. He still said he had an immensely good time and enjoyed himself, and I was glad to have him. I'm just sorry you weren't there to talk about it as well because it was Texas Secrets.
I know. Can we get him back? Let's get him back.
We actually worked that out at the end. The next thing he does, or the next thing he's part of it, I'll just reach out to Claire and tell Claire, let's get Connor back.
Let's have him back because I didn't even get to talk to him about. I loved that he was on Instagram celebrating. Speaking of #balance, celebrating when his book came out with a glass of good red wine in a bullet glass, but like literally this rocks glass with a bullet going through it, drinking wine, and he just looked very joyously Irish / Texas. And he's like my new favorite #balance. So,
well, here are some of the questions I did not ask him because I wanted you to either be present or ask him yourself. I wanted to have him talk about, he talked about the idea of the connection between a Texas town and an Irish town, small towns, small towns where there are plenty of secrets.
I did hear that. That's when I got kicked off.
And I would really have liked him to talk about his own cultural experience of what it's like to be a former Irishman, although he still is an Irishman, but a former resident of Ireland on a regular basis, to then making the move over across the pond and calling Texas his home. We didn't dig into that because I figured I'm not going to do that. That's not fair. We talked a lot about process and writing and discovery. He'd be, if sometime down the line, if he comes up with something new, maybe you can talk to him as well, because he talked a lot about something I was interested in. He covered the Troubles in Ireland during the bombings of Dublin and talked about some of the dangers and the resistance in regards to investigating those particular stories, that the closer you got and the faster you got, the more obstacles they would throw in the road on the way to get to the truth. And, that's something I would love to talk about as well, too, because his background and experience as a journalist is pretty comprehensive and excellent work. The book is really fun. The book is really good. It's two things. It's well written, but it's also just good, embracing entertainment. It's a lot of fun. He's right. It reads like a television a treatment with incredibly good vocabulary is what it reads like. It's really fast-paced and furious, and really sets time and place, as you pointed out. It's so worth checking out. Connor McAnally was so good to have him. Did such a great job on there as well. Just sorry we missed you. Welcome back.
Yeah, that's all right. You probably. Maybe it was you and Connor just needed some time alone because you're wearing the green today and your Irish chappy hat over there. You guys just needed a little alone time. And and the systems and the gremlins from the Kremlin, as you say, knew it. So
the friends
of
Hugo Chavez intervened. They always do against anyone who is a friend of freedom, like the little people of the earth that come from Ireland. So maybe they were trying, and maybe they only got half of us, and maybe we held on long enough to actually dive deep. What's going on? What's going on this weekend, by the way? What are you doing? I know you got plans next week, and I want to kind of talk about that. Lindsay will not be joining us on a.
I may or may not. We'll talk about this weekend and next week, and I do want to get back to the Guinness Book of World Record. I will. I might try to call you. I will be out of the country next week, but I'm sure I'll have internet. But I would hope so. This weekend, Seamus is working. I got to figure out things to keep my kid contained, and then watching, of course, the Patriots hopefully beat the Texans, which is strange to say because I do love Texas, but I'm a Cowboys fan. But I'm rooting for the Patriots. Don't come at me. Everyone in my husband's family died last year, and so I want him to get a win this year.
I understand.
That's where I'm at.
Come in for the big win. Come in for the big win. That's all you can ask for at this point. And it looks like it might just be a Patriots Broncos AFC championship. But then again, there's no
that's
guarantee.
a toughie.
There's no
That's
guarantees.
a toughie. Broncos are on fire. No, that'd be fun.
There are no guarantees of that. But I'm imagining most of the week, because I really want to talk about this. It's such a cool thing. Most of the week is probably also going to be weekend spent getting ready for going on a real adventure. You're going to have a real adventure, Lindsay.
I am, and I haven't had an adventure like this in a while. I usually pride myself on these kind of adventures, and it's been a while. I mean, it's hard when you have a kid and a husband that travels and work and life, and who, everybody has a hard time doing that kind of thing. But it's these kind of things, Jim, that light me up, because it's got real purpose behind it. But it's going to be a real combination of both work, networking, and some actual me time, some quality time for me to do a little soul searching, and the timing of that, as you know, is brilliant as well. So I'm very excited. I'm going to Belize next week for Django Walker, who is, do you know Jerry Jeff Walker? Do you know Jerry Jeff's music?
I don't. I actually don't.
Oh, he's fun. Check him out. He's what I'm going to call like, he's been around forever, but like Americana Texas country is the best way I can describe it. Lives sort of in the world of the Robert Earl Keens, that kind of vibe. The storytellers, the drunken barstool guys that are not worried about production. They're worried about storytelling and authenticity. And that's who Jerry Jeff Walker is. And Jerry Jeff Walker, Jim, played a high school dance for mine growing up in Texas. And then I in high school in college I loved Jack Ingram and Pat Green, those guys. That's what I grew up on. A portion of what I grew up on in Texas. And then they would play our college frat parties, date parties and stuff as well. So this is a Texas music festival that happens in Belize. Django Walker puts it on, who's Jerry Jeff Walker's son. Dre, I think you'd really dig this music as well. And it's in Ambergris Key, Belize. It's Django Walker, Pat Green, Jack Ingram, and then some other Texas country artists, Jim, that I'm excited to meet and be a part of and hopefully do some writing with, and have them on the show. So I will get to spend some time with all these people in Belize and tell them about Road Gang Radio, tell them about We Should Write, be with a lot of Texas peeps. One guy in particular that I'm going with, he and Nolan Ryan are partners in a sports management company. There's just going to be some really cool movers and shakers and doers, but it's dropping a lot of movers and shakers from Texas, dropping them on an island in Belize where we're all kind of in captivity together to figure out how can we move and shake together. I'm going to snorkel with sharks too, guys.
Yeah.
Snorkel with sharks.
Not as scary as people might think.
No,
by the way.
it's not great whites, guys. I'm not snorkeling with great whites. Hopefully. By the way, I have a recommendation, not just for you. Played it for Dre this morning, and a recommendation for everybody out there. So I did a little bit of deep diving into the British, the UK, Americana, and country western scene. There's a couple of other people out there. Ag Connolly is somebody that I thought you might want to check out. A.G. Connolly, and they said on his bio that, and the stuff that I researched, that were he from Bakersfield, he would already be famous. I went and listened to him. It was really good stuff. But I always kind of defer to you on this. So his name is A.G. Connolly. Is it Ags?
Ags, yeah, Ags.
Ags Connolly.
Ags Connolly. Give him a listen. Let me know what you think of it. The other thing I played for Dre.
Hey, a big boy.
Yeah,
you know who follows him?
Who's that?
Shiny Ribs and Charlie Crockett. Tells me all I need to know. I'm in.
Give him a listen, though.
And he's only got 3,000 followers, so he probably will return my message.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And the other one I wanted you to look at too, by the way, and I played one song
that
of
is a
there
good thing.
called.
I like when people I like don't have a big following. By the way,
yeah,
that is a good thing.
That's the thing. I did some really deep dive, and I'm like going. I'm like basically trying to find. I actually talked to a friend of mine who's a journalist over in England, and I'm like, dude, look, I'm looking for people who are not yet there, but are literally one break or another.
But could and should be.
Could and should be.
Could, shoulda, will.
The other one he recommended to me is an Americana band from England called Brown Horse.
Okay.
That I actually listened to, and by the way, I found my favorite song by them already and played it for Dre. It's called Wisteria Vine.
It was good.
And by the way, I don't know if you noticed this, Dre. There are, and it's not, you have to listen for it, but there are elements of Leonard Skinner in there.
Yes.
Especially Tuesday's Gone. But I don't want you to think it's Leonard Skinner done by Brits. It's very, very alt, very mod, very indie, but there's something about it that has a it's a band, and they have two singers, male and female, and they have a couple of harmony notes on this particular song that are really haunting. And I wanted you to check them out. Like I said, same kind of thing. They don't have they have a good following, but they don't have the end all be all sort of following, and just kind of went down that rabbit hole. Every once in a while, musically, I like what I like, and I gravitate towards what I like, but every once in a while I end up in a rabbit hole, and I really would encourage our listeners to do that as well, too. Don't always enjoy the things you enjoy and cultivate the things you enjoy by finding out all you can about those things, but every once in a while, the French have an idea called dérive, and that is when you're walking, just take a detour. As you walk by an alley, if you see a shop that's interesting to you, just kind of go, got it. Understand, let's go check that out, and always follow that lead.
I love live music, even when it's bad, if I'm being honest. Well, that's not true. Not when it's bad. I hate a bad cover band. To me, there's nothing worse in the entire world. Bad karaoke is fine, because that's what it's supposed to be. A bad cover band, there's nothing worse, and to me, maybe in the whole world. Outside of all the terrible things in the world. But I think that anybody up there singing, even if it's not good, if you're up there with the cojones to sing your songs that you're trying in front of people, and if it doesn't work, then understanding that too. But I think there's nothing better, and I just love finding a random bar or pub somewhere in a city and being like, let's see what this girl's got to offer.
Dude.
And the UK thing is cool because UK country is really, it's I guess quietly booming, but there's something about the combination of that accent and the storytelling combo. Of course, it's not an accent to them; it's an accent to us, but it plays really well with American audiences, as you say, and vice versa, which is sort of that match made in heaven. So. Yeah, I'm just want to check it out. Yeah, Dre.
Man, I love whenever you listen to British music and you don't know they're British.
Yeah.
That's the cat's pajamas.
I have something interesting for you. I don't know if you know this, but there are a number of people of what I would call like highfalutin people who actually believe that when it comes to Shakespeare, that the best accent for it might actually be Appalachia. And the best accent for Shakespeare on a regular basis, given the cadence of what iambic pentameter is, this is such a cool thing because it totally works. It's like, oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention, a kingdom for a stage and princes to act and monarchs to behold the swelling scene. And then could the warlike Harry, like himself, assume the port of Mars. That the language of Shakespeare's time has so many asides and so many internals. The idea of stopping for a second to say something else and then coming back to the point is a real kind of rhythmic pattern you get. And I would tell anybody to read Hamlet's to be or not to be speech. That is the question, whether 'tis nobler in the mind's eye to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles and by opposing end them. It really works, and it's really gorgeous, and that there is a case to be made that the British accent survives most in the United States in South Carolina in a very heavy South Carolina accent, because it's the British accent, Lindsay, in warm weather, which is one of my favorite things, and that the Australian accent is the British accent in literally tropical weather and beach weather, which is really kind of a neat concept if you think about it. It's just it's really neat how our language, which is, we speak the same language, but the geography and the realities of it are affected wherever we go. And that's a really cool thing.
Wherever we go, there we are. You know what? I just realized there's a girl, when I went to, I'm going to talk about this in Country and Western Music News today, the Ernest Tubbs reopening and now closing again thing. But do you remember when I
actually laughed.
Oh my God, it's so insane when you hear the story. Anyway, but do you remember me telling you about going to the opening night of Ernest Tubbs, and Winona performed, and Marty Stewart or Vince Gill, all these people performed, and this was just like 2 months ago, already closing down. But I met this girl there that night. This is just dawning on me. Who's going to be on We Should Write? I need to call her today. Her name is Twinnie. And check her out because she also hottie patati. So you're welcome. Twinnie, Twinnie. And it's funny when I'm just thinking of, to your point, British people to connect with. I have her number, and like she's like, can I please be on your show? She's got a huge following, but she lives in Nashville now and is trying to make that crossover connection here to Nashville. That's there it is. She's the girl.
Yeah, she's awesome. I'm checking her out now on Instagram.
Yeah, dude, she's hot. She tours Europe, and she's like, I want to talk about songs and stories, and she's one of those people that you can tell. I spent time with her that night, and she's like, she's hot. Like, the first you see her, she's like jaw-dropping hot.
Yeah, she's charismatic too, for sure.
Totally.
How
And
old is she?
Well, she's probably late 20s, if I had to guess.
Yeah, she's looking like, or 30s. Let me see.
Yeah, maybe early 30s, yeah. And you talk to her, and she's a hoot. I mean, kook, like crazy, off her rocker crazy. But that's cool. I'm cool with that.
We love that.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. And she's really into conversation. She's a good songwriter, good storyteller. I listened when I got home late that night. I listened to some stuff before I sent her a text. I'm like, let me listen before, And she's good. So she will be my connection to a few other people. So boom, there you go. Done and done. Everybody, if you're listening, check out 20. Tell me if you're interested. I mean, she's going to be a little fluffier than like a rootsy some of the people that you're bringing up probably, but we can do both.
Really quickly, by the way, some really fun comments. Trucker Poston says, like Hugh Laurie's blues album, Let Them Talk, you can't tell he's British at all. I would agree. By the way, Hugh Laurie's American accent is terrific. Anybody that's seen House knows that truth. And I was going to ask you this, Lindsay, as well, too. There's so many things that you can do. And like I said, we've been talking about the idea of figuring out your basic core and then figuring out how that core can apply to a whole bunch of different stuff, and that kind of unifies everything. Have you ever thought about that, like acting as the bridge between the people who are pursuing country and Western careers in places other than the United States or Canada, and acting as an intro bridge, being, I don't want to say a talent scout because you got your other things to do, but do you follow me? The idea of discovering talent over there and bringing them over? And being the person.
Yeah, sure.
Who makes
I mean,
that
that's what. Yeah, for sure. Obviously, because that's where I stand out. There's a lot of people that do music. There's a lot of people that have podcasts and radio shows, but there's not a lot of people who do both well. And I'd like to say that I do both well.
I do. I agree.
And specifically leaning into this side of it, the interview side, because I love the connection and the conversation, and then I can songwrite. But I'm past wanting to go on a world tour and live in a bus and schlep around and fight for stages. But I want to hang out with the people that do that. I also like to say do. Makes me giggle every time. Don't care.
You do so well. I got two things for you. The one is just simply a comment. The other one is actually a question to kind of set you up and give you the time to unpack this. The first one is a comment. I talked to a friend of mine who is a New York producer, straight up, knows exactly what he's doing. And the question, I told him about the answer that you and I came up with for Dwayne at the end of that amazing half hour. And he said one thing to me. He said, is the script ready? I said, it can be in about a month. And he went, $100,000. I said, well, what if the script is not ready? Oh, he said development. He said $200,000. He said, if you've actually got to build it from scratch and nothing else, and he said, and put together all kinds of stuff around it, he said that. He said, now, saying that, he said, do you need $100,000 in escrow off the top? I said, do you? And he goes, no, you don't need that. He said, I actually can break it down for you, like what it would take to do.
Payment plan, Broadway payment plan,
yeah,
theater payment plan.
He's like, here's how you can move it from one place to another, and each one of those is a step along the way. And he had this really great thing, guys. If you ever want to do anything artistic and you're thinking about something that involves performance, he said you should break it up into destinations of investors, meaning that you get the initial investors, they put their money in, then you have a larger investment rating, and that each next destination is to either expand the investor's investment, meaning they like what they see and they want to go a little bit further. He said it really works if you have a nonprofit or a company where they can write it off as a tax loss in case they pull the plug and don't want to go any further. It was really interesting. I'd forgotten all that stuff. The second thing is, talk to me briefly about the Guinness Book of World Record idea you had before we ran out of time.
I will. Let me say real quick back to that. I think for this, I'm always, I always want to be outside of the box. And I think finding somebody for your script, it's finding somebody who wants to invest in me. Somebody who believes in me. Somebody who wants to invest in you, believes in you, Jem. Because then there's less stipulation around it, and you can kind of package it together. It's like you get a 1-2 for you're investing in this initial script. which then gets you to the other script, my thing, and vice versa.
He also said something that was really interesting to me. He said, would Lindsay be doing original songs for it, or would anybody be involved in creating actual songs? And I said, yes, actually, that's one of the kind of things behind it. He said, that makes it easier
Yeah,
for...
I could work. Is it more interesting or not for me to like write it with the David Malloys and the Marcus Hummonds of the world?
Yeah. And he also said...
And then we're not paying rights to like music already out there.
Yeah, but he also had a really great point, too. He said, because that's how you can get a larger investor who comes along later on. The initial investors being invested in you, the later investors, if the song is good, once the song has been kind of workshopped.
Which it will be.
Yeah. Well, they want the licensing to it. That he said,
Yeah,
what are the
that's fine.
returnables? He said the play isn't a returnable. He said, but stuff attached to the play can be a returnable to return on the investment beyond just, I was there and I made that happen. And he also said, this is really crucial, he said, can it be turned to any degree into a piece of actual media? And I said, yes. He said, well, that's the other pitch you want to get in there for the later investors. Can the thing be sold to a bigger payoff and destination, and can they be part of it? It was really interesting. It was a great talk. He's retired now, which means he has no dog, and he said, do not ask me. I'm not interested, but keep calling me so I can keep giving you input, and at some point I might become invested. Okay.
I'm not interested in being a part of it until I am. Okay, so Guinness Book of World Records. Here we go. Before we run out of time before our next guest, and we can talk about it more at the end of the show. But I'll set it up. Oh no, we can't because it's country and western music news. But it's fine. Okay, so I was listening to y'all talk about it this morning and hearing about I think it was your cousin Dre, who, by the way, punched in the groin and the neck and just went good on him. So. Here's the thing. I was like, what would I do, or you, either one of the two of y'all do that could be, I'm not saying I'm going to, wouldn't be ready tomorrow for a Guinness book, but I'm like, if there was something that I'm close enough, I'm already in, what would that be? And of course, the first thing that came to mind as it pertained, there are a lot of things came to mind, but I'm going to make this about us, the three of us here. Like, what could we do? I mean, it's not a physical thing. I'm not eating, the fastest dog or the eating the most hot dogs or lifting something the heaviest. But what it could be more about, long duration and something that would be mental agility and something like that. And not staying awake, but staying interesting, if you see where I'm going here. So, what's a live performance, an improvisation thing? What do we do as well? Well, we do conversation as art really well around here. And then I'm like, so that's our secret weapon. So I was like, okay, what about us staying on air the longest? But here's the caveat, not just staying on air. This isn't the longest DJ set, which, yes, there's a record for that. This isn't just the longest radio broadcast. Yes, there's a record for that. Not the longest interview marathon. The caveat is, because most records measure time, not quality. Boom, boom, boom. So that's where we would differentiate, guys. So the longest continuous live broadcast with original, unscripted, substantive content. So we go after that subcategory, theoretically. We can go after that subcategory of it because, Jim with the intellectual side, Dre, I think, kind of grounds us, is the grounding, quick pick humor side, some of the logistics of things, and, me with the connective storyteller kind of side of thing. And I think between the three of us, we can do that, guys.
Sign me up.
Right? So, it's it's really the idea of how long can humans stay present and curious and connected without numbing out, without just Googling stuff when we live in a scroll culture, etc. So, what do you think? I'm not saying we have to go after it, but that would be I think that'd be pretty interesting. Assuming somebody can come in and bring us food and drink and we can get up and go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I was about to say, porta potties.
Yeah.
Bedpans.
It's so funny that you bring this up because, last year towards the end, we actually had one of the Guinness World Record guys did the longest Christmas karaoke.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? The guy who actually closed down his restaurant. And actually how he did it was really moving too, Lindsay, because it wasn't just him singing Christmas songs. He had a choir for the deaf come in. He had carolers come in. He had minor celebrities stop by and do it with him so that he actually kept the thing going by always having somebody coming to him to keep the situation interesting as well, too. And, of course, what the longest record is. I know you looked up the longest talk show marathon by an individual. And I'm wondering if there's a talk show marathon as you said, subset for group. And that would be really, really kind of cool. I'd do it. I'd be in.
Why not?
I'd be in.
I'm in my era of why not.
You know,
No,
I mean,
why not?
we could do that, and it's like it would be a really kind of. And by the way, there are a lot of people, we've made a lot of friends over the years who actually we could put a hell of a guest lineup for that together.
Right?
We
yeah,
could.
I know.
We could, and I know. And the best part is because of all of our friends in Britain, we could, and across the ponds and across the waters, we could always have somebody on. We got friends in Australia. We got friends over in England. We got friends over in Africa. We actually could do something. We could do it in a way that we would have fresh guests all the time, and fresh guests often keep you awake and alive and alert, and that would be really kind of cool. I'd be down for that. And plus, we got a whole bunch of nocturnal animals in our lives, too, who'd be happy to show up in the wee small hours of the morning when the whole wide world is fast asleep. Totally in. And by the way, we just proved it, by the way, because we just talked out the half hour. How about
blah,
that?
Blah, blue, 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 blue.
You're going to introduce the next guest, by the way.
Okay.
I'm excited about them. I'm excited about this. It's Good Teen Day, by the way. The National Day is Good Teen Day. So if there's a teen in your life who's doing things right, please celebrate them. Please. Here's the thing. We now know that bribery works as a parenting strategy. Not begging, not pleading, genuine bribery. If you do this good thing, good things await you. Why don't you just give a bribe today? As a way
I bribe my child every other hour of my life.
It works.
I love bribes. I do want to talk to our next guest, Christopher Mannino, about bribery. But as it's fun, as it's like you get something, you win, I win. As bribery in a win-win scenario that's not dumbing down, that's healthy.
Yeah, transactionalism. Yeah, more transaction than bribery, by the way.
Yeah.
I want you to go to ChristopherMannino.com, and that's a Christopher with a PH and a Mannino with a NNINO.com. Head on over there. That's kind of setting this up. We're going to take a quick break here, come back on the other side with the next guest on Road Gang Radio. Lindsay's back. Good to have you. Andre Thibodeau is here. You can find us on iHeart. Everybody listening on iHeart, good morning. Everybody chatting on YouTube, we're thrilled to have you. And any place else where you're making time or making FaceTime. See what I did there? All right, we'll be right back.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
From Acrisure to Fastport, this is Road Gang Radio with your hosts Lindsay Mack and Jimmy Lawler.
Oops, I did it again.
Never gonna
double
stop
L,
it.
Double L, double L, double
Hey,
L,
hey,
and JMF. Jimmy Mack, by the way, here with our good friend Lindsay Lawler, who, of course, is the spark plug that drives the second 2 hours of Road Gang Radio, where we spend the first part helping you guys make a living, although on Freaky, Feisty, Flinty Friday, it's more about fun and facts and fellowship, and then the second half helping you get a life, like reading great books like Bullets in the Water as well. We also take your phone calls at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. We said that. You called, and then we said good morning to Bandit on the phone. Haven't talked to you in a hot minute. Bandit, good morning. How are you, brother?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Headed down here to Russellville, Arkansas, and then I got to swap the load out for another one and head to, and if I say this town's name wrong, I apologize to anyone that lives there, Opelika,
Alabama. Opelika. I have friends that live there. Opelika. It's a cool little town, Bandit, actually. They have some cute little restaurants, a cute little downtown, little music scene area. So pop on through. Spend a moment. I know that's not what you're doing. I know you got to drop and go, but it's a neat little town.
Yeah, I believe it's a live unload over there at a
Gotcha.
distribution center, so
Gotcha,
I'll be there for a minute.
Okay. Well, you gave us a call. I'm guessing you had something to say about something we had something to say about.
Yeah, the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah.
I would see if they have a subset for it, along with a live group radio broadcast that's live call-ins for the whole entire time. Because you've got a lot of friends out here that would call in and help with that, too.
Well, sure. I think it's guests. I think it's call-ins. I think it's topics. I mean, let's be honest. If we're going to try to stay on and beat the record, we're going to need all hands on deck.
And we'd also see a lot of Seamus just bringing in cups of coffee and a little
Yep.
bit of snacks and treats for Lindsay. And then probably Lindsay would send like Emily over and Gina Harrison would send like breakfast over. And
Yep.
then, yeah, we'd have to really kind of do. That would be interesting, by the way. By the way, we are in a position where we can do it. That's the best part. If we want to do it, we do everything we want. That's
To
the
get it
best.
sponsored so we can, my pee break, sponsored by Drano.
This pee break is brought to you by Drano. For when you really got to get it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, quick. I'm so thirsty. Let me take a drink of this Aquafina water bottle. Aquafina, fresh and flowing through my body. Ooh, flowed through my body, and now I gotta go take a pee. Brought to you by Drano.
Break time.
Well, good. So I'm hearing you say you'd support it, Bandit, that you'd spread the word, that you'd call in, and because that's the thing. Then any of the guests, any of the callers, they're part of the record too. Their name goes in that Guinness Book of World Records archive,
Oh, wow,
right,
I
Jim?
didn't even think about that part of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, everybody.
You all get to be a part of it.
Everybody's a part of it. Everybody's having a good time.
Every party has a pooper. That's why we invited you, party pooper.
Party pooper. Hey, by the way, I don't want a hippopotamus for Christmas. It would be a really bad scene. I've been thinking about that for a while. It's the way you were singing. You were singing the song like the way that song gets sung.
I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only hippopotamus will do.
Yeah, you see, party pooper's the same kind of
Don't
thing.
want a doll, no rhinoceroses. I only like hippopotamuses, and hippopotamuses like me too. Go on.
Thank you. Thank you,
you're
by the way. And once again, reminded me about why I don't want a hippopotamus for Christmas. I
Yep.
just don't want to see any of my great aunts or uncles crushed. And by the way, my great aunts and uncles are now my aunts and uncles. That's how old I've gotten. I look at my aunts and uncles now and think, oh, great uncle. Nope, that's my actual uncle. That's the reality of it. Bandit,
He is great, though.
Yeah. What's the rest of your day look like?
Just cruising down here to Russellville, doing a lot of back roads driving to go from I-55 over towards Russellville. So US 67, I think a little bit of US 64 mixed in there.
No, throw a we got a 122. What's that? Deuce deuce and a
I
half.
just love the idea of mixing it in there. The idea that it's like a little sprinkle of it. You know
Throw
what I'm saying?
throw an extra highway and byway in there. See what happens.
Oh no, you don't want to put too much 64 in there. Don't want to put too much 64. That's not good for your carburetor.
Throws off the recipe.
You see everything all kind of mixed up and well. Bandit, it's good talking to you. We're going to bounce it over to our friend Chowder as we get our next guest. We're on the case, by the way. Spoken to the publicist. See if we can get this guy, Christopher Mannino, on the air here.
He's probably busy playing with his kids.
In Malta. Let's get a pivot here. And
Pivot!
And thank you, Bandit. And we're going to head on over to Chowder. Thank you, sir.
Morning, kids. Lindsay. Morning, Jimmy. I really wasn't going to call in, but I forgot I haven't talked to Lindsay in a while. And
I know. I've been missing you. I've been missing you,
I kinda miss the kids.
too. Oh,
yeah, I'm a little out of breath. I just did 20 sit-ups and 20 push-ups and chased my garbage cans down for the third time.
I'm out of breath hearing you talk about it. So, keep on keeping on. Do a few extra for me.
The 40 to 80 mile an hour winds are not helping.
Woo!
No, and actually I was getting ready to do that report, but why don't you give people a sense? This is crazy, Lindsay, what's going on out there. Let people know what they're driving into.
Well, if you're anywhere from the river of South Dakota on I-90 and down to the Nebraska border up to the North Dakota border, you can look to a balmy blue sky and a lot of clouds and gust of 80 miles an hour with 40 mile an hour wind pretty sustained. Roads are fairly dry and the sun's out, but don't let that fool you. So have a bailout spot, a rest area. Don't tip over. Keep it on the rubber side, and you'll be safe.
Nicely done, by the way. Final thought.
Words to live by, just in general.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I've always found that road advice, you're right, Lindsay, actually ends up being like really good life advice.
It translates.
Chowder, give us the final thought before we have to pivot.
Pivot?
Into our next guest.
My final thought is Chowder cannot be left home unsupervised when he has laundry to do, because since I texted you guys at the beginning of the show, whatever hours ago, I've managed to play my video game straight for 3.5 hours, and I actually have stuff I'm supposed to be doing, and it's not video gaming.
I'm proud of you. I'm really proud of you.
Hashtag balance, Chowder. Hashtag balance.
Hey, one last thing, Lindsay. How's Faya doing and everybody doing down there in your family world? I hope good.
Thank you for asking. Freya's doing great. She's in first grade. She's thriving. She's a pain in the ass, but she's an emotional, beautiful human. We're all making it work over here. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that, brother.
Hey, Lindsay, only 12 more years and you have that freedom.
I'm so tired. Thanks for the reminder. Have the best weekend, brother. All right, guys, our next guest, Christopher Mannino, just fun to say regardless. And by the way, his book is essentially, Jim, the biography of our show and our life. It's called Making It Up, and that's really what we do here at Road Gang Radio. It's how we're going to perhaps get us in the Guinness Book of World Record by continuing to make it up. It is a very refreshing, and I'm gonna put emphasis on the word refreshing throughout this conversation, a refreshingly smart way and genuine way and fun way to approach parenting. I have a 7-year-old, Christopher, so this is speaking to my heart and soul. It blends, this is the most fun part about it. It blends improv, that's parenting for sure, method acting, I love this idea, and real life experiences to help families connect through play as opposed to force. Christopher Mannino, he's an educator, a theater teacher, an improvisation coach, and a stay-at-home dad, and Publishers Weekly calls his work, again this word, refreshing, exuberant, and level-headed. Woo, hashtag balance. January, by the way, is International Creativity Month, so his message is simple, but it's really powerful. Creativity is not extra, guys. It's essential. So if you've ever watched Bluey, which we watch here every night before bed, and wondered how those parents stay so present and playful, this conversation's for you. Christopher shows how just 10 minutes a day even of imaginative play can help regulate emotions. It can deepen connection and make parenting feel lighter. I need this conversation. It is so perfectly timed. Christopher, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a delight to be here. And yeah, as you said, it's refreshing. I have a 6 and a 9-year-old myself, also Bluey fans. Mm-hmm. And it's just a great joy to be able to share the book with everybody, especially parents like yourself.
Awesome.
To quote but I'm not embarrassed. Why should I be ashamed to play with my kids? Why shouldn't I play as crazy as I can? Why shouldn't I be a snowman or a robot? By the way, your lips froze together. That was really painful. Playing with kids is awesome, and of course the awesome is italicized. This is really important here, too, that there's so many people who were shamed or made to feel small by being goofballs or inventive or imaginative as kids, and they never really recovered from it, and they kind of go into their shell. If you can make a friend of embarrassment, then you are well along your way to being a great parent, because if you don't do it the way it should be done, it won't have any embarrassing moments. This really is about embracing the silly, embracing the joyful, and kind of freeing yourself up before freeing your kids up, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. One of the stories I share, I was in a Trader Joe's at the grocery store, and my daughter was just about to have an absolute tantrum. We were just shopping, and I totally pivoted. I went into making it up method, as I call it, and I handed her a freeze ray, a working freeze ray, of course, and I let her use it on me and was just full out goofy and stuff with all the people around. And what I didn't expect, I knew it would get her out of the tantrum and she'd be having fun and she'd be engaged in shopping. I knew that would happen. What I didn't expect is some random stranger I never saw again, but this woman came over to me right after and is like, "Oh my God, you're like the best dad. I want to do that more," something like that. I'm paraphrasing because this was a few years ago, but it was just such a great feeling. And yeah, if you can get out of your comfort zone, if you can be silly, it will help you, it will help your kids, it will help that connection, because that's ultimately what the book is about. The book's about connection. And I know you mentioned Bluey a second ago. The secret, and the book actually started as a response to a mom complaining about Bluey.
What?
And my wife said to me, how are you going to write this book? How can you teach this type of connection? And that's where the book really starts and what it is now.
Well, it's funny. Do you like Chris or Christopher, by the way?
Either one is fine. Christopher is how you can search me if you're searching for the book or the website, but Chris on the radio works great.
Okay, well, since we're talking about Bluey, I'm gonna call you Sea Dog. So Sea Dog, my friend Chris. What I always we love. I mean, my husband. When my husband is having fun, he's Bluey. Now that's rare because we're older parents, so it's hard to keep up with them. And if anybody is complaining about Bluey, my only complaint about Bluey would be that they have more fun than me and they make me feel like I need to be more fun. But I want to know your thoughts on, because my daughter's at school not listening, so I can say this now. My child, she's 7. She is equal parts. I mean, all kids have their hard time. She's very difficult, Chris, in a sense that everything is a struggle. Everything we do, put on our shoes, even if it's something she wants to do, and that I know it's like a play date or go to some activity, everything is met with a no or and so it causes, admittedly, a lot of tension in our house. And my husband and I are constantly like fighting, losing it. Just being really honest. Luckily, we're stable humans, or else we would probably have lost our minds by now. And so I bring that up because I'm curious your thought, how you balance when like you said, the Trader Joe's example for you, when your child's about to lose it, how do you balance like doing that pivot to play, to creativity and imagination, without discounting why they're about to lose it, without discounting the emotion of, because I want to be careful to not be like ignore why they're upset. You know what I'm saying? So I'm curious how you handle that to not slough it off. Okay, cool. I'd love your thoughts.
That's great. And I'm going to answer that in 2 parts. So the first part of the pivot and what I think is really key. And you mentioned, tying in the method acting, and I heard a little bit of question. I was like, oh, what's that going to look like? And what that looks like is I tap into this thing from theater training in my time as an actor and a director, and it's called emotional recall, is the official theater term, but I call it the anchor. And basically what it is using memories of emotion, of things that really happened to you within the past month to center yourself. And this is so important because the first step, when you're feeling rough, when that rough moment happens, and trust me, we have them all the time too. I'm a parent. I know how it is. Yeah. The first step is to regulate yourself. And I think a lot of people gloss over that step, and that's actually really important. The first step that matters the most is make sure you're okay, because if you're not, that's when you're going to yell, or you're going to lose your temper, or you're just going to lose it. That's what happens. And to deal with that, I have this whole technique. I don't have time to go into the whole thing right now, but basically by focusing on a recent memory and you're constantly refreshing it, and you spend a couple seconds. So even in that tantrum moment in Trader Joe's, I'm mentally going to what my anchor was then. Right before this interview, I'm mentally going to what my anchor is now. I use these all the time, every day. And it allows you to center, to refocus, to take care of yourself before you address the kid. That brings me to the second part of your question, though, is how do you pivot and not address it? Well, you do address it. You just have to address it later. In psychology, they call these Plan C conversations. This is basically, and any early childhood teacher will tell you, the whole idea of pivot is a change of any type will often really, really help behavior. So it can be, so this is, if you're in the classroom, for example, this is why there's a calm down corner. If you've gone to your kid and say, oh, what's that over there? Or this is why, if they need to, they put them to the desk with the extra papers or something. All they're doing is changing the stimuli. That's the pivot. That's the same thing the teachers are doing. So you're
It's
just
like
doing
smacking
it
them
on
without
a
smacking
different
them.
level.
Shaking them and waking them
What's
up,
that?
kind of. It's kind of like smacking them without smacking them.
You're
Obviously, I don't
because
hit,
they
but it's
get-
like
they
that
get
wake up.
Stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so,
Yeah.
so you got to get them unstuck. So you're unstuck because you've taken care of yourself first. You're okay, and now you got to get them unstuck, because if they get stuck, nothing happens. Then you're just butting heads. And that's all it is. And so the idea of improv, and the first part of making it up idea is these bricks. A brick is anything. It's an idea. Here's a freeze ray. That's a brick, right? It's an idea. So just by changing the brick, boom, often that's enough to change everything, to get them reengaged, to get them moving and doing what you need. It's not always going to work perfectly. Sometimes it takes a couple tries. But once you've dealt with whatever it is in the moment, then later on, then you have that Plan C conversation. And, we just had one with my daughter this morning. It's like, so let's talk about why you bit your brother the other day. Like, it's like, this is not happened in the moment, but we're going to talk about it, and we're going to come up with strategies so you don't do that again, and remind you of the consequences of if you do. So I'm still addressing all that. I'm just not addressing it in the headbutting moment.
Understood. Yeah, and it's neat. That makes a lot of sense, because it is. They'll circle back later. I know my daughter later will be like, "Mommy, I don't know why I got so mad." So I hear you when you say you wait. The other thing I want to point out, Jim, is that Chris said the calm down corner. I think words are very powerful in naming something, as opposed to time out, which has a negative connotation. But the calm down corner, that has more of a peaceful reset, take a breath connotation. So I love that you called it that. I'm going to adopt that as well. It's very good. But you know what I mean? Like, Jim, like saying something like, go in the timeout. That's I'm in trouble, versus you go over there and reset, and then we'll revisit. So, Jim, I'm going to start putting Jim in the calm down corner more often.
Actually, if you call it the take it easy cove, I might actually go there.
Ooh, I like that.
Take it easy, little Eagles inspiration. One of the things that I really love in regards to theater is the yes exercise, the circle of people who just keep saying yes to each other and swapping spaces in the space. And part of what is going on here, too, is a culture of yes in regards to playing with your kids. That you're open, but you leave yourself open to all the possibilities of imagination. And by doing so, that yes sets an invitation to everybody else around you to join in the fun. That's kind of the spirit as well, too, that you said to reset yourself, and in resetting yourself, you open yourself up to all the possibilities so that life becomes a giant Dungeons & Dragons game, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So kind of talk about that, though, in regards to if and this is what I'm saying, how do we reset that culture? So you have parents who have tried the discipline route, tried what mom and dad did before them, hard nose, get it done, make it happen, and things are just backfiring like crazy. How do we reset that and not convince our kids that we've been thrown into, like, what is wrong with dad? What is wrong with mom?
Oh, and it's fine if they ask what's wrong. Just go with it on that. The first thing they
Where do
tell
I
you,
begin?
when you're training to,
Yeah.
What's that?
You say to them, where do I begin? Let me give you my list.
Yeah. But the first thing they tell you in actor training, whether you're doing the singing or the acting and stuff like that, is they're like, look, you know how to do it all. You knew it as a kid. It's been trained out of you. That again, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically the very first lesson for any actor. And it's the same thing when you start learning this method. You actually know how to do this. You just have to relearn it, especially as a parent, because right from the moment that kid is born, and especially once they start talking and stuff, think about the amount of no that we have to say. And to be totally fair, children, young children especially, they're little death traps, right? They're just walking around, I'm going to stick my finger in this, and I'm going to put this in my mouth, I'm going to jump off of this. And it's amazing that we have survived as a species. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
But as opposed to saying, no, don't touch that, no, don't do this, no, and that's really what the kid has been used to and what we're used to as a parent. Now we're going to start saying yes, and we're gonna accept those ideas and build off them. So to go back to that, 10 minutes a day is all it takes, and I really stand by that. If you can set aside 10 minutes a day, turn off the phone, turn off the TV, and you're just giving them your full attention for that 10 minutes. And in that time, every time they give you an idea, it's a yes. Oh, this is true. And then I'm going to build off it. So they run into the kitchen and they're like, Mom, I'm flying. The initial response is, oh, I'm making dinner. Or no, you're not. Or no, there's no jetpack on your back.
You're crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, you're crazy. That's the normal conditioned response. Well, what happens? What does it feel like if it's like, wow, that's great. Let me join you. I got to strap on my jetpack. And quick note to the audience: do not actually use jetpacks. I'm not actually condoning real jetpacks. Let's keep them imaginary.
Even the ones that are actually advertised in the back of comic books, those things never work out. And the hovercrafts. By the way, the plans for the hovercraft at the back of the comic book were actually 6 vacuum cleaner engines. I don't know who had the time for that. Just want to point this out. They charge you $5 for that. Go on. Sorry, Lindsay. Go ahead.
No, it's all I'm that because that's sort of like putting. I mean, that's very Bluey. That's very Bluey. Yes, that's very Bandit from Bluey. He would put on his jetpack too. And I love the episode where they start drawing and their cartoons become the real life imagination and the story is playing out in real time. I mean, it's fascinating. And I think that the method acting piece specifically is what and on all of your work and teachings I read into specifically that term method acting is interesting. So I'll ask you in particular there because if the goal, in acting, when the goal is really presence and that emotional truth, then we want to figure out how to translate that. So when you say method acting too, is there a piece to you, Chris? Is there a piece in your a place in your world where you become like, say, my favorite mom? If I were to think about my favorite mom in any like movie or TV show, that I can't think of who that'd be right now, but is there something where I could like pretend that I'm her, that I'm that actress in that moment, and then respond to my child while being, the mom from Father of the Bride or whatever? Is that something that is healthy?
To a degree that if that helps you get into the mindset, and and certainly I'll channel my inner Bandit, my inner Phil Dunphy, whoever I want to be, I'll channel that if I'm feeling a little run down or something else.
Mm-hmm.
But the method acting I'm tying into and the anchor I'm tying into, the real key and what ties into the improv too, is that you have to be present. You have to be responding. And so the danger of tapping into, I'm going to model after, this person or this character or whatever, is you start planning and you start scripting and you start thinking about, oh man, I have to do this next, I have to do this. And that's when you get too into your head and you've actually lost the play. The key, and the reason Bluey works, and so to go back to that, how did the book start? My wife and I, my wife and I were talking like what Joe did with Bluey. Joe, the creator of Bluey, was he made this show that became so popular where every single episode is just an extended improv. That's all it is. They're just doing an improv with each other, and a lot of people don't necessarily, recognize that. They don't have that background or that training. And the reason it works is because whatever else is going on in their lives, they throw themselves. The characters just throw themselves. Yes, I'm doing this. Yes, I'm accepting this. I'm going to take this idea and go with it and build and build and build. Once you let all the planning go, once you let all the preconceived notions go, once you let I need to be like this, Dad. No, be yourself, because it's going to look different. It's going to look unique. But that's ultimately what your kids need, is they need you to be you. Actually, I can give you a perfect example on that. Every time I put my daughter to bed, I give her a choice of who she wants to put her to bed. So she has the choice of me, Dad, of Robot Dad, who talks like this, or of Mickey Mouse, who would put her to bed like this. And she has a choice. And she almost always picks regular Dad. She still wants me to be me. Like that's the perfect example.
That's great.
That lands kind of perfectly, by the way, as we bring the plane in. By the way, let me ask you: when you put yourself into this mindset, do you find that your instrument, as people often call it in an acting class, do you find that your imagination is then ahead of itself? And I mean that in a positive way, that you're thinking of what the next thing you can come up with, or the next thing that they might come up with, and how you might respond. As a longtime acting and theater coach, as a longtime improv, I don't even call it a coach as much as I would call it a wrangler. Do you find that your imagination has kicked back into gear since doing this?
Honestly, I'd say no. I think that's a skill I actually had to work on in the beginning when I was learning improv, and when I was working with so I'm a former high school theater teacher, and I had this wonderful improv team at our school. They performed separately from all the shows and stuff. They did 4 shows of their own, wonderful team. And I remember all the trainings we did together, and I mean, they would do full length, like hour and a half, 2-hour improvs. That's long form improv. It's really hard. It's wonderful. But when you have high schoolers doing that, you learn from them as much as they learn from you. And the kind of training wheels method is to do exactly what you just said. Oh man, I know where this should go next. I should plan this. But I actually spell it out as a rule in the book. Don't plan ahead. No, I don't. I don't plan ahead anymore, because I think the best ideas and the best play actually comes when it's organic and it's coming from both of you. If I start planning ahead, I'm going to start steering it. I'm going to start steering playtime. That's not me playing with the kid. That's me playing and the kid riding along. Vice versa, if they're coming up with everything and I'm just being like, okay. That happens too to a lot of starters. That's them, steering it. Neither one is perfect. On the back of the book, I actually asked the illustrator to put this. There's a picture of a bunch of kids building a tower, and that image, and they're all holding up bricks. And I said bricks are idea. And that image is so intentional, because the idea is that we're building these things brick by brick with everybody contributing. So if it's me and my daughter, again, perfect real-life example from just this past weekend. We had to go to the airport and go through security, and we went on a plane, and then we spent a week in London. Then we had to get back on the plane, and then we spent a week in Paris. And just to clarify, we did not actually leave the kitchen for any of this. But this was something that sort of happened organically, no props, no planning. I didn't know at the beginning that this was what playtime was going to be, and yet it sort of starts happening, because once she has an idea, I add to it, and then once I add something, she adds to that, and so forth, and it builds. That's the idea, is it's building brick by brick, up and up.
It's building. It's Christopher Mannino. You can head over to Christopher Mannino, MANNINO.com. And I just want to remind everybody, play is a human language, not just a child's language. We have just forgotten how to speak it sometimes as adults. So it's a innately very human thing. Thank you for joining us, y'all. Check out the book. He's making it up. We're making it up. We're all making it up. Let's make it up together. Bond with your kids through play. ChristopherMannino.com. Thanks so much for making time for us today.
Thanks so much for having me. It was a joy.
It was actually, wasn't it? That was pretty terrific, by the way. We're going to come back.
Let's play more. Let's play more, Jim.
Let's play more. I'm going to give people a really quick preview when we come back on the other side of Trucking with OOIDA, and then we're going to pivot
Pivot.
Into country and western music news because we love both kinds.
Both kinds?
And all kinds.
All kinds.
And all kinds are coming up right now. Enjoy this break. And I'm going to take a deep breath.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
It's Friday.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Seize that day, baby, because this is Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack.
Hey, girl. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hey, what's your name?
Hey, encore presentation again of Trucking with OOIDA. You guys got enough to worry about, don't you? Which is why thinking about cybersecurity isn't in the front of your mind. It should be. Regular contributor to this show, Ben Wilkins, the cybersecurity principal engineer and major beardo of the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, is going to be talking with Scott and Ashley in an encore presentation with some really great advice. Missy Cummings of George Mason University will then break down the current landscape of autonomous technology and read the tea leaves for what is to come on Trucking with OOIDA.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
That's her.
She's a friend of yours, she's a friend of mine.
That's her. I heard about her. I've seen her.
Fun size.
People like
That's
that.
me.
Mashed potatoes.
Oh my God, I love mashed potatoes.
Go
you know what
on.
I've started doing lately? I put a little bit of ranch in my mashed potatoes and then stir it all up.
I'd give it a shot.
I know.
I'd give it a shot.
I'll
I'd give
do
it a
it.
shot. I can't
I
say
make them, not when I'm making them. There's a bit of difference. I don't make the mashed potatoes with ranch. I make the mashed potatoes how you normally do it with all
add
the
it.
other stuff. The butter, the sour cream or cream cheese. I use one of the two. Cream, all of it. I mean, they're terrible. I don't make them that often because it's a production to make mashed potatoes. But when I do, I make it with all that. And then it's usually the next day, like if I'm eating leftover mashed potatoes. That's what it is, guys, not at the time.
Ah,
Leftover mashed potatoes, I add a little ranch, and then I heat it up. I'm not saying it's healthy. I'm saying it's good.
By the way, the recipe you just described for mashed potato, there's nothing about that that's healthy. There's a
No.
where that's restaurant good, though. I'm proud
Yeah,
of it.
and I eat mashed potatoes I make them like twice a year. So if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do
They're
it.
party dish, dude. They're party
Yeah,
dish. They're everybody's having a good time, Brian, kind of dish. Absolutely.
Thanksgiving, Christmas, and pregnant. I'm
Go
not pregnant, but you know
on.
what I'm saying. All right, welcome back to your country and western music news, because on this show, boys, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
Both kinds, all kinds, mashed potato kinds.
Both kinds, all kinds, mashed potato kinds.
I do want to also point out that Long Haul Paul said over in the chat, he read a quip online that said, you know, we're in real trouble when the folk music gets good again. That means people are talking. That means people are pontificating. That means people have things to say, and they're saying them, and we're listening. Speaking of people that had things to say, I'm going to talk about a power duo. But Jim, when I say, I know you know who I'm about to talk about, but so in general, when I say iconic male-female duos in country music, or music in general, I guess, who comes to mind off the top of your head besides the duo I'm about to talk about?
Oh my God! I totally it's so much in my mind. I would go with Tammy and George.
Tammy and George. I also Lindsay Buckingham and Stevie Nicks come to mind. Now they're not country, but they have country
Cast a
roots.
spell on you. Oh my God!
That's who popped into my mind first, outside of all the Tammy and George and the icons.
You say country and western, so absolutely. I think about Yoko Ono and John Lennon, at least half a power wattage. Sorry, too soon.
Yeah, fair. No, never too soon. Never forget, never too soon.
Yeah.
So
This week, in 1968, the Just Between You and Me, that was the first collaborative album from Dolly Parton and Porter Wagner. That was released this time back in 1968. So a little deep dive back quickly on them. So Dolly Parton and Porter Wagner, they're remembered as one of the most, I think, iconic duos in country music history. That's not even debatable. That just is what it is. And in the late 1960s through the mid-70s, they recorded a bunch of albums. They toured together. Dolly Parton was also, of course, a regular on the Porter Wagner show. At the time, though, Jim, fans, they had a very hard time accepting the new pairing. Why? Because people don't like change, I guess. Mm-hmm. And Norma Jean was the original, and I quote, girl singer from Porter Wagner's TV and road shows. I say girl singer because, honestly, that's how she was referred to. Fans loved her, but they referred to her as the girl singer, Jim. And when she announced that she was leaving, fans were really upset. They were devastated. They were mad. And Porter Wagner, he invited Dolly Parton to take her place, which worked really well together. But fans, they weren't convinced. They probably literally wouldn't even listen to her, Jim. And when Dolly came out and took the stage for the first couple of shows, they booed and they chanted Norma Jean's name. Now, isn't this funny that you'd boo for something lost that you didn't? Some people didn't even know Norma Jean's name. They just knew her as the girl singer to the point. But
Where's
they're
the
like,
girl singer?
Where's the girl singer? Boo! Who's the new girl singer? Boo!
One more time.
My how times have changed.
Boo.
Ish.
Boo.
Of course, over time, opinions softened about Dolly Parton. Of course, now completely different, and they did come to accept the new girl singer. But in the beginning, Jim, because of Dolly's appearance and because of her soprano voice, she had a much higher voice, they really tried another girl singer. Because of that, her label and the producers and the quote-unquote powers that be, they tried to force Dolly to do bubblegum pop. But she fought that hard, of course, and she came to do what she does best, which is do straight up country Nashville songs. So with Porter Wagner, she was able to do that and do what she wanted to do. He was a real launch pad for her, a real springboard for her. She was able to introduce herself to a national audience through the TV show. So here's what I think is interesting, Jim, is that Dolly was smart enough, even back then, to use Porter and use the TV show just as much as it used her. Now, I say used because that's what I did when I sang back at Tootsie's on Broadway, Jim. There was a real pivot point in my career down there where I had a shift. I'd been singing there probably 5 years, and I sang there like 5 days a week, 4-hour shifts. It was my livelihood. And not only would I do my 4-hour shift, but then I'd go to other people's shift, pop up on other people's shows, other people's stages, and I made a real career of being down there. I also realized that people were coming back to see me. And I was like, okay, Tootsie's uses me for essentially free entertainment for them because you work off tips. Right. So Tootsie's making a fortune, this multi-billion-dollar franchise and empire, they're using me for free. They paid a couple $100 to the band that you all split, by the way. The entire band, a 5-6-piece band, you split the like $300 when they make that in one person's bar tab. And so they're getting free entertainment essentially. And I'm like, okay, well, that being said, how do I use them as much as they use me? And I mean that not in a negative. I mean that as a positive, like to turn around and be like, they're getting this from me. Okay. It's just a perspective. What do I get from them? And I used it, I started talking to the people, as I've told you a lot, that came there to hear me and be like, okay, where are you from? Where's the cool country bar where you live? Where should I play? Do you know, can you find the owner? Can you tell me how to get booked there? What's the local radio station? And so I'd use the bar as the venue, as the stage, as the mechanism. And it's what kept me afloat, kept me singing for a long time, and then funded me making music early in my career in Nashville. Chowder also says Tim McGraw and Faith Hill are a great duo. Absolutely. That one definitely comes to mind. But that's a cool thing, Jim. I think what Dolly did, again, she was ahead of her time in figuring out how to, maybe uses the wrong word, but maybe it's not. Every scenario, every platform, every situation, she used it to her benefit without disrespecting anything that came before her or what had already been built and created. She wasn't disrespecting Porter or disrespecting the platform or the TV show. She was using it to her advantage just as much as they were using her. And then, of course, Porter did, and we'll dive into that here, Jim, but Porter did help her really get the exposure she needed. He actually went to bat for her at his label, RCA. She had been over on Monument Records. He went to bat for her at his label and got her a deal. She was able to release her sophomore album over there. And he stayed with that label, by the way, until she moved on to Columbia in the 80s, and that's when he departed. So I think this is a cool conversation, Jim, as far as entities, as far as partnerships, relationships, to be like, how do we make this a win-win? You've already created this. I don't want to take away from that, but how do I use it to build my own brand that's complementary?
I'm going to actually stand up for the ladies in this situation, and in doing so, stand up for the person.
Stand up for the ladies!
But also stand up for anybody who is coming in late to somebody else's thing or being a part of somebody else's thing. The breakthrough isn't with Dolly. The breakthrough is Porter, and I don't mean that he's the better person in this situation by any stretch of the imagination. Is that there are so many men in particular who will build something and then they will bring in a woman. I'm talking about performativity here, performance kind of atmospheres and all that. They bring in the woman to add a little something, to up the game, to give it another element, as it were, to kind of promote their own brand.
Or as it pertains, sorry to cut you off, but as it pertains to Tootsie's, Jim, and this will land for you to keep going on, if you had an all-male band, they would literally book someone like me or another female singer so that, wait for it, we could run the tip jug.
Right. Exactly. Where the problem starts isn't in the transactionalism of the fact of the woman or the second player, I guess you could call them, the supporting character, the girl singer, as it were, is when the people who run the organization, and you've spent some time with me, you've actually heard me be really blunt with people. If something better comes along, please go there. If something wonderful comes along, I'll be the first person to pick up a phone for you. That was a hard place for a lot of guys in particular to get to. A lot of organizations, you owe us loyalty. You owe us this.
Tootsies would literally say that to us.
I made you. And it's like, and that's the kind of stuff that a lot of men in particular, and by the way, I can speak this, I was raised not to believe this, but the idea that it's like, you've betrayed me. Wait a minute. Did I do my job? Did I show up on time? Did I actually increase the presence and the notoriety and the talent of your band, your theater troupe, your movie, whatever it is? I did everything I said I was going to do and did it well. And it's particularly galling, Lindsay, when you get a situation like Tootsie's, where it's like, you grotesquely underpay me, and now you're shocked to find out that I'm pursuing other professional career goals.
Yeah.
And it's one of the, now I will say on the flip side of that, though, this is what you do owe the person you're working with, where Dolly actually sets the proper model. I will always love you. And there is nothing worse than literally building something that is your dream, or building something that is supposed to get you to your dream, and having somebody come in and literally not want to actually be there, but not making it clear they don't want to be there. And that can be incredibly gross, too. The idea that when you make it clear that you're simply using somebody and not giving them your all to make whatever it is they... Like, here's the thing. If Dolly had always been 1 foot out the door and not helping Porter Wagner with his own product, that would have been disgraceful.
She knew the gig. She played the part. She was no idiot.
But the thing is, too, it's more than just playing the part, because playing the part is great, but playing the part where you actually know they're really not there has an effect on the room. It does. It does. You can feel it when somebody is literally just showing up to take the paycheck. And now remember, I've begun with the caveat that the person who's in charge has to treat the other person right. That's a big thing, too. I mean, you don't owe any, and I'm not talking about loyalty. I'm like talking about if everybody fulfills their obligation, there is nothing wrong with two people using each other to get where they need to go. That's okay.
As long as they're both in on the gag.
As long as they're both in on the gig. And that's when the problems really start, when you start telling people that you love them, or, that the only person in the world for you, as long as the money keeps flowing, or until a better opportunity comes along. That's where the other side of the problem is. Neither Dolly nor Porter, from at least what I understand about the story, was ever guilty of that. That's the big thing.
I mean, there you go. For the most part, yes.
Oh, no, there's some moments. Oh, no, there's some moments. I mean, you can't escape the
course.
time period either. But at least how about this? It creates a model from which better things will come for a lot of people. How about that? It creates an example of a growth point, an inflection point in these kind of relationships.
Fair enough.
Because we get Frank Sinatra with the band. Frank Sinatra and that whole band situation is grotesque, where they won't let him out of his contract to go make movies. It is disgusting. I mean, it's just that's the kind of stuff that happens. Go on.
All right. Okay, speaking of downtown Nashville and Tootsies and country music and old school, Jim, the ongoing saga of the historic Ernest Tubb record shop down there, of course, as well on Lower Broadway in Nashville. It has hit another snag. So now I told you a couple months ago, back in November, I went to the grand reopening of it, which was a cool night, but not because of the event. More on that in a second. It was a weird night, and now looking back, I see why. Now with this information, I see why. So just, Jim, on Thursday, yesterday, there were a bunch of musicians scheduled. So the Ernest Tubbs, it reopened, and it was in the bottom a venue, like a honky tonk, a small, intimate honky tonk, which is people playing stand up bass, dressed in nudie suits, like very old school vibes, kind of like Robert's downtown, which is the locals' favorite bar downtown. And then you'd go upstairs, and it was the second floor was a memorabilia and merchandise shop. And then you go up to the third floor, and it was like a private event space, performance hall kind of thing. But it was long, it was shotgun, it was weird, it was awkward. And they did this reopening, and it certainly felt weird that night. Here's the thing, though. So they do book bands, or were booking bands on the first floor, Jim. On Thursday, the musicians, all the musicians that were scheduled to perform, a friend of mine, because I called and I was like, is this true? She's like, yeah. So they were scheduled to perform at the record shop. They have the multiple stages, like I said. And they all received a mass text message, Jim, that said, and I quote, "Hi." I found this so funny. "Hi, this is Ernest Tubb Record Shop. ETRS is undergoing a switch in management groups, and during this transition, we will be closed effective today. We are sorry for the last-minute notice. At this time, we don't have any further information. We appreciate your contributions to Tubbs very much. I.e., you're out of a job. Don't come get on stage today, even though it's your only livelihood, and you've planned for it, and we're giving you no notice. Good luck with your life." That's essentially what it said. So there's a country artist downtown called, and his name is Jay Bragg, and Jay had like numerous gigs on the calendar at Tubbs, and he actually didn't get the text. He went to the location, and it was all locked. It was closed. There's no confirmation of what might be in store or who this new management is. It does not seem promising, of course. And it was all newly redesigned. Now I was there. They put a lot of money into this redesign. They didn't do it well, I don't think, but it was clearly they did put a lot of money into it. Had the grand reopening in November that I went to. Marty Stewart played, Vince Gill, Winona, all these people were there. But the reopening, if you remember, I said, Jim, it was very underpublicized. Very quickly announced, like we found out about it. It was like, we're inviting you, and it's tomorrow. And everyone's like, oh, okay. And according to a bunch of sources, a couple of people I talked to too, it looks like management was already thinking of a rebrand like 2 weeks after it opened. They opened and immediately were already ready to rebrand it. Now, real quick, and we'll talk about what this means, but for the last like 10 years, the record shop, it's been in peril, and it went almost like 2 years without anything even, almost 3, without anything even happened there, just shut down. Hope was kind of found renewed when a group of investors that included some Nashville studio musicians, by the way, and Ernest Tubbs' grandson, Ernest Dale Tubb III, they stepped up to buy the property for $18.3 million. Wow. $1 million. That's just to buy the property back in 2022. And they promised at the time that it would return. It took them 3 years for that to happen. After years of waiting, bunch of rumors, why it took 3 years to open, nobody knows. And then all those concerns were alleviated, though, through the reopening, and then it closed again. There's no confirmation of what the future might hold, by the way. There's no talk of who the new management is, if they will move away from that location. I don't know. When, where, how, what. A couple people like to say, and I don't know, your thoughts, a couple people like to say, well, maybe traditional country isn't having the resurgence that we thought. I don't believe that's the case. I do believe, I believe, and then I do believe traditional country music as a whole is having a resurgence. I don't believe it's on Lower Broadway because it has turned with the popularity with all the bridesmaids, bachelorettes coming here, and new country artists having bars downtown. It can't compete.
They don't know what they're doing. Sorry, I didn't want to be too loud in the microphone. They don't know what they're doing. It's like I go
They
back,
as in who?
As in the people who, as in the bookkeepers and the salesmen and all of these people. It's that at some point, somebody who really loves music, somebody who really loves old school country culture. At some point, one of these people who actually loves all of that is going to go into sales and marketing and go into, get an MBA or something and do this right. There's a real market for it, but I'm telling you, remember we talk about the idea of people who call the performers the talent. We've had this conversation before, and it's the same kind of people, and they just all think it can be data and analytic out of the wazoo, and it's also.
Takes the heart out of it.
They take the heart out of it, and they don't understand how to put it together, and they don't understand how to appeal to people, and they don't know how to understand the exertion of space, which is there are so many things in regards to like high theory. You hear about all these fancy pants theories, Lindsay, but you know what? Sometimes those theories actually have an impact on the real world. There's a book that was written called The Society of the Spectacle in 1968. If you go back and read it, they're guessing the internet that we live in now. Not guessing it, they get it. And there's another thing about the exertion of space. There's a whole group of like theorists and philosophers who talk about space and the idea that you just can't build something somewhere and say, here it is. You've actually got to figure out what the best place is for something and where the best place it lives and then create that. It takes time to do these things, and shutting something down and simply reopening it in the middle of an area full of bachelorette parties and screaming tourists might not be the best way to capitalize on the newfound love for the old stuff. That's it. Is it none of these people, it is literally people who only look at numbers and only understand that kind of nonsense, and it just causes real damage to everybody else around them. And then you get people wandering around, not the performers, going like, why isn't there this kind of thing? Why isn't there this kind of thing? I'm telling you right now, as Grand Ole Opry, I think, is only doing what it's doing, by the way, Lindsay, because it's the Grand Ole Opry. It's like the worst location I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah, it's terrible.
It's
terrible.
terrible.
I mean, they do. The only good thing they do is they do in winter. They do Opry to the Ryman, and they take it back. And the Opry, Grand Ole Opry, performs at the Ryman. I think it's like December and January. It's 2 months in the winter, and they move it back there. I mean, the Ryman has shows, year long, but they move the Opry back to the Ryman. It's right downtown. It's where it should be. It's right behind Tootsie's in that famous back alley where people they perform at the Ryman, and then they'd go in the back room at Tootsie's and try new stuff out, and it was a private space, in the initial back room at Tootsie's. So yeah, I mean, they back to the roots, I think would be interesting. People don't understand. It's kind of like the Bluebird Cafe too. People come to town and they'll call me and they'll be like, "Can you get me into the Bluebird?" I'm like, "I can, but you don't want to. Like, it's in a strip mall in Green Hills. You have to be quiet. It's lost its luster. Let me tell you 10 other places that are better to go."
Let me ask you something. You know the studio United Artists, right?
Of course.
Do you know how it was? Do you know how it was founded?
No.
Okay, it was Charlie Chaplin, Douglas Fairbanks, Mary Pickford, and D.W. Griffith. It was the four most I'm talking about this. I mean, this was bigger than anybody you could possibly imagine today in regards to 4 stars sitting down and doing something. This was extraordinary, and the story you just told is why United Artists came into existence. It's why it actually came into being, for this kind of nonsense. The idea that people could profit from you like crazy and take full advantage of you, and then in the blink of an eye being like, yeah, we're not only firing you, but we're removing anybody's ability to make a living whatsoever in the blink of an eye. And it's why United Artists came into existence, for shit like this. That's it.
Shit like this.
That's it. I mean, I find that is like awful.
The new podcast, Shit Like This, country and western.
Because all of these people, not only do they want to offshore everything, they want to offshore even how they terminate people. They want to they can't wait to send people, they can't wait to have an AI voice call somebody up and
we're not getting into AI. Okay, we're almost out of time. We're moving on. No AI. More on that later. Okay, moving on, because I've got multiple stories. We'll do one, we'll save the rest for next week. But Jim, because you mentioned the Grand Ole Opry, we will stay on that tip. Because, Jim, it's, of course, arguably one of the most revered stages, at least in country music. But, Jim, over the decades, a lot of people have been asked to leave the stage or even banned from it presumably for, failing to live up to their expectations for membership. So, during there was a performance recently at Nashville's Ryman Auditorium, which it was called Opry Goes Dolly, not just the Ryman goes, Opry Goes Ryman. It was a celebration of Dolly Parton's 78th birthday, and Elle King generated like crazy outrage. People were so mad because, Jim, she came on stage like visibly drunk, like bad. She came on stage and told the audience that she was effing hammered, use the word. And then she got really combative with banter with concert goers. She forgot the words to Dolly Parton's Marry Me while she was performing at Dolly Parton's 78th birthday celebration. That's worth getting banned.
Thanks. Been nice. Get out.
Yeah.
Hit the
whoops.
bricks. Tell your story.
She actually
to
didn't
Walker.
even apologize, and she's yet to return.
Why would
of
she?
Course. Johnny Cash actually was banned from the Opry in 1973, where he smashed stage lights with a microphone stand, and of course, alcohol was a big factor in that. The most famous band artist, of course, was Hank Williams. He got his membership axed actually because of his drunkenness and unreliability. Jerry Lee Lewis as well. He was booted from the Opry stage from among many, many, many offenses.
A list.
But a whole list, you're right. But he did also drop the F-bomb, not only on stage, but live on air. And this was also back then. This was like a long time ago. That was a big
The original
that,
punk rocker. Yeah.
You might as well have murdered somebody on stage at that point, actually. But there's only one example of a singer whose banned from the Opry was actually was total and permanent. And it wasn't the venue's decision to keep this ban in place, however. But we'll talk more about this because I find it interesting, basically, Jim, just like the standards that are around it. Jerry Lee Lewis, he broke a number of rules, but perhaps most critically, he as well, of course, F-bombed on stage. That gets you canned. Minnie Pearl, many more. Even, what's his name? Skeeter Davis. Skeeter Davis. He got booted. She spoke her mind on a really touchy topic, and during that performance, she criticized Nashville police for arresting 11 street preachers who were approaching people at a local mall. Boom, you're out. Can't go there. It's very interesting. We're going to talk next week a little more about the standards in country music and if they are if they are correct or incorrect. And it's not just even the times. It's what country music was based on, born on, and it goes back to traditional values that we're talking about, with whether it be Ernest Tubb or with folk music or what we're about to say, what we're allowed to say. Feel free to make your comments over in the chat, and we'll dive into it more next week. Okay, finally, born on this day in 1943 in Robbinsville, North Carolina, was Ronnie Milsap. I love Ronnie Milsap. He's, of course, country music singer. He's one of the most amazing pianists. His vocal range still is insane. He became one of country music's most well-known blind singers, by the way, which is a whole another topic about writing music and performing if you're blind. Of course, one of the most successful crossover artists. Songs like "There's Just No Getting Over Me" and "There's a Stranger in My House." He's credited with 6 Grammy Awards and 40 #1 country music hits. Good morning. He's still alive. He's still kicking and making music. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. I'm Lindsay Lawler. That's Jimmy Mack. Phone Master Dre on the ones and the twos. Have the best weekend, everybody, and get home safe. You too, Jimmy Mack. You Phone Master Dre.
Trucking with OOIDA next, Ben Wilkins.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Happy 2026 from the Allen Lund Company to all the owner-operators across the U.S. Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I am Scott Thompson.
Happy New Year, Scott.
Happy New Year, Ashley. 2026.
2026.
Here it is.
It's exciting.
It is exciting.
I love a new year.
Do you?
I do.
Why? Full of possibilities.
It's filled with possibilities. I get a new planner. Love a good planner.
Yep.
I take a lot of time, do a lot of research.
A lot of research?
on like what kind of planner. Like I've switched it up this year.
I see.
Because I used to have a planner and a notebook, and it was too much. So I found a planner with a note capabilities to take notes. I'm very excited about it.
There are a lot of people that don't do the paper planner anymore. 'Cause they've
I
got
do.
on the phone.
No, that's too much.
I prefer a tactile
with
kind of
work,
thing.
I want paper.
Yeah, that makes sense. We should get a sponsor. We should get a calendar sponsor.
Well, I'm pretty picky about my planner.
This
though.
should be maybe we can make this a segment. They send you a bunch and you pick out the best, and then you rate them, and we get
That's
it out.
not a terrible idea.
All right.
It's one of your better ones.
Well, I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, Ashley, but I'm going to take it as a compliment. So thank you for that. Yeah, I like a good planner too. We are planning to talk to a couple people today. How about that for a transition?
I like that.
We've actually already talked with these folks, but we're kind of going back because we thought they were great conversations and helpful conversations for the state of affairs right now and where things stand with regard to a couple issues. One being cybersecurity. We are seeing and hearing and talking about all the time about these cybersecurity threats that are out there. Owner-operators seem to be under fire, especially with regard to cybersecurity. Not something that's usually front of mind for owner-operators because they've got a lot of stuff, obviously, to think about, but it is something that they do need to think about, and Ben Wilkins is going to help us with that. He is the cybersecurity principal engineer for the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, so he'll join the show with some advice. And then we're also going to talk with Missy Cummings of George Mason University. She, I think, is safe to say, is an expert on autonomous vehicles. And again, where they are right now.
Hot topic.
Very hot topic, going to be a hot topic, and she will fill us in and answer a lot of questions that we have. So let's start with Ben Wilkins right now. So, Ben, I know there are people obviously familiar with what your association does, but for those who are not familiar, can you talk a little bit about the National Motor Freight Traffic Association and what you do?
Sure. Yeah, so historically, National Motor Freight Traffic Association's been around for many, many years in the LTL world, focused on classification, freight classification, setting standards for the shippers and carriers to kind of mutually agree on what to call what and how to classify it for shipment and packaging. We also manage the SCAC codes for cross-border transit, that type of thing. But in the last decade, NMFTA has also started researching cybersecurity concerns in heavy trucks, primarily in the assets, the trucks, the trailers, the telematics systems. And, as that work expanded and as technologies become more and more, kind of pervasive in our industry, we've also expanded the focus of our cybersecurity research into the enterprise side or the back office side, kind of the whole of organization approach to cybersecurity in trucking specifically. So that's kind of 40,000 foot view, what we're looking at. But we're following that thread into how it connects also to cyber-enabled cargo crime, which is a big problem in the industry right now.
Yeah, this is kind of like necessity being the mother of invention. Obviously, we didn't have to think about these things, 15, 20, 30 years ago or whatever the timeline might have been. Do you remember, and I'm not sure actually if you were there at this time, but do you remember when this all started to become kind of a problem for fleets out there, for owner-operators out there? Was there kind of a tipping point, or was this kind of a, one of those slow builds that kind of builds up over time? Obviously, we're at a point now where it's rampant and it's everywhere, but do you remember that time where it was kind of like, oh, we've got an issue here we need to look at?
Yeah, that's actually a really great question, and it's one of those things where you almost feel like the frog has been in a pot of cold water that's all of a sudden turned into a pot of boiling water, But it's really exploded since 2020, and a lot of that came from an acceleration of the digitization in our industry, right? So we've been using digital tools and electronics for communications and all that type of stuff for a long time. But as the technology becomes a more and more central requirement to doing business in transportation, that has also coincided with a lowering of the bar of entry for the threat actors. It's getting easier and easier to launch fairly sophisticated campaigns, extortion campaigns, phishing campaigns, those kinds of things. And so those two factors have really kind of worked with each other to make the situation accelerate really since the late 2010s, early 2020s, into a pretty serious issue in this industry that's crept up on everyone and kind of caught us a bit unprepared for the impact. And so, what we're focused on is trying to figure out how to shift that needle back to, a bit more balance where it's a risk, but it's no different than, we've got safety risks. We've got, there's lots of risks in trucking that we're used to dealing with. And we want to try and educate everyone and turn this into one of those risks that we have the tools to handle and stay profitable.
Now, Ben, you're in the cybersecurity world, but you kind of have an interesting perspective in what you used to do or what you started out in your career. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so I've been in transportation most of my working career, and I actually started behind the steering wheel. I was a driver, local driver, over-the-road driver, regional driver, a whole bunch of different kind of flavors for a while. Transitioned into dispatch, so I spent some time in dispatch, driver management, and then moved from there into more of an operations support capacity and started focusing on the operational technology in the fleet that I was working for at the time. And, as we became more and more aware of kind of the risks of that, I started to focus more on the security aspect. And that sort of led me down the rabbit hole of cybersecurity about a decade ago.
I mean, having been a driver, though, that obviously shapes your perspective on everything you're doing right now. How does it shape exactly what you're doing right now in trying to protect people out there?
I think I joke with people that when they ask what I do, I say I'm a translator. I think it gives me a perspective where I understand the security side of the equation, but I also understand the real world applications and what it is we're trying to do every day in transportation. I've seen it from the driver's perspective. I've seen it from the dispatcher's perspective. I've seen it from a lot of different angles. And so staying aware, it helps keep that context of like, what is it we're trying to protect? And, there's a danger with security of causing too much friction or putting too many steps in the process and really slowing the organization down, slowing the operation down. So I think it's helpful to be grounded in from my own personal experience, really, understanding what trucking is all about and what it is that we need to facilitate as a security professional. What do we need to enable in the organization?
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
So as we look at this landscape, and you kind of, when you said that 2020 was kind of the launching point, I think I knew that just from seeing all the headlines and seeing everything that's come out over the past few years. But I don't know if I ever necessarily thought about it in that context. Because when you look at it that way and you look at it over being, just the past 5 years or so, it really does explain why I think so many people are getting taken advantage of right now, because this is something that they didn't have to think about, again, 10, 15 years ago. This is a relatively new thing that they're dealing with on top of all the other stuff that they're dealing with as a small business owner. How bad is the situation right now? What are some of the common, I guess, schemes going around, scams going around, cyber attack, situations that are going around right now that are really kind of the biggest problems, I suppose?
Yeah, so, I don't like to be a doom and gloom person, but it is a pretty serious situation, and when you're on the smaller end of the spectrum in this industry, you don't have a lot of the resources. You think of a big enterprise fleet or even a mid-market fleet, and they have probably a security team. They've got some budget for this. They've got, at least a managed service provider that's, security service provider that's helping secure their operation. And at the smaller end, and certainly as an owner operator, independent operator, you're wearing all the hats. You're finding freight, you're driving the truck, you're fixing the truck, you're coordinating everything, you're doing the books. The last thing you need is another hat to put on. And really, I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we're facing in the small and mid-size is how to secure your organization with the budget and the resources you have. Because the things that we're looking at that really are targeting every scale of organization is phishing for extortion purposes. So we used to see ransomware where they would encrypt all of your files and lock you out of your systems, and that is still happening. But what we see a lot more often is getting in and getting either email traffic or data or photos or whatever that's been stored, and then threatening to release that out into the public to get people to pay to keep their private information private, basically. So that's one risk. And then there's identity fraud is huge, particularly when it comes to carrier identity fraud for the purposes of stealing freight. So that's really an area where these cyber threats cross over into physical losses and cargo claims in transportation. So we see a huge amount of that as a risk, the identity fraud, particularly at the smaller end of the spectrum. And then there's just kind of traditional schemes with fake invoices and double brokering schemes and things like that we've seen historically in the industry. But again, the ease with which those kinds of things can be created and those types of campaigns can be launched is, it's dropped that bar of entry. It's way easier for the bad actors to get in and to pull these kinds of things off.
And I know you've given advice before to people. Do you find that, some people think, gosh, this is just so overwhelming. Like, what is it I could do to actually keep my information safe and my business safe? What is your response to those people?
It can be overwhelming if you try to look at the whole problem and all the possible solutions all at once. But I like to remind people you start small and you start with understanding what it is you're trying to protect. What is it really you need to protect? And that's, you want to keep your secret. You want to keep your credit private to you, monitor your credit usage. You want to put good passwords on all your accounts. Don't use the same password for everything. There's small things that you can do that really elevate you from kind of an easy picking or low hanging fruit kind of target to middle of the pack. And that's really what cyber hygiene, we call it, is all about. Is don't, we joke that you don't want to be the slowest person running from the bear. You don't necessarily have to be faster than the bear. Just don't be the slowest one running. And so that's what this is about, is putting some safeguards in place around yourself to make you a less attractive target, a harder target. You don't have to have cutting edge security. You don't have to be the most secure person out there, but don't be the least secure. And that's really, we've put together a list of core controls. It's about 10 different things that people can do for either free or very little cost that will take you from an easy target to a much less attractive target without having to have a huge team or a budget or a lot of resources to throw at the issue.
Can you run through those, Ben? And you don't have to go into great detail on each of them, but maybe just some of the highlights. And I think you maybe talked about some of them there with passwords and whatnot. But on that checklist, what are some of the big ones that you think people maybe really need to remember or do?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm going to start with one of my favorite ones, which is multi-factor authentication. It can sound overwhelming, just even if you're not familiar with what that means, but it's really just making sure that it's not just a password that gets you into your account. Use a strong password. That's another one on the checklist, a strong, unique password for every account, but then put multi-factor authentication in. That's where you have to enter a code from an app, where you get a text and you enter that code in, or maybe it's your thumbprint, or, you put your face in front of the camera. Those are all different factors of authentication. That is a huge step in and of itself in securing your accounts. The other thing you want to focus on is keeping your software and your operating systems up to date. When there's an update for your phone or there's an update for your tablet or laptop, you want to make sure to install those updates. They include important security fixes that that address known risks, right? So keep updates current. Another big one is to monitor your credit. If you can sign up for credit monitoring services. There's a whole bunch of options out there for that. You want to regularly review your bank transactions, financial transactions. Make sure you know what's going on in your name. And if you don't need your credit for a new loan or applying for credit somewhere, you can freeze your credit and then unfreeze it when you need it. And that's another good step to lower the risk of fraud. Use secure Wi-Fi. Don't use public Wi-Fi. If you have to use public Wi-Fi, make sure you've got a VPN app installed on your phone or on your device that just protects your traffic from anybody else that might be on that network listening in. But ideally, you want to use secured Wi-Fi, private Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Change default passwords, on your home network.
Right.
And then a couple other ones, you want to make sure you back up your important data. You don't want to lose your invoices, your customer records, your contacts, all that stuff if your devices or your files get compromised or corrupted. It can be as simple as put important files on a thumb drive and put it in a fireproof box somewhere, offline. Just make sure you don't have your important data in one location only, right?
Yeah.
And then, a couple other ones that kind of round out the list is put some sort of a security software on both your mobile devices and your computers and laptops. Don't run around with no protection. Use a reputable security software. And then really think about minimizing the information you expose out to the world. We all are used to social media and kind of everything's a bit more public than it used to be. But think about what you're posting, and don't post information that can be used to then either social engineer you or compromise your identity as far as load details or DOT information that doesn't need to be shared necessarily in a certain context.
Yeah.
So just be conscious of what it is you choose to share publicly online.
Helpful information. There's no doubt about that. But when I hear you list all these things off, and Ashley, you kind of talked about it earlier, it's exhausting.
It does sound exhausting.
To think about all these things that you have to do just because there are these, select few criminals out there that are targeting you. With the criminals, obviously they're doing this because they're making a profit off of it, and it's from the slower animals in the herd that they're kind of picking off here. It is very profitable for them, though, right? I mean, they're all over the world, and this is what they do all day. Like, what do we know about these folks that are doing this?
Yeah, so you're not wrong. They are highly organized criminal operations. They function just like a business. A lot of these groups, they've got HR departments, they've got financial teams, they have customer service teams where they will actually help victims figure out how to use cryptocurrency to make ransom payments.
Wow.
It's really if you think about if you've heard the term software as a service, so anything that you get like your online email or anything like that, this is ransomware as a service or malware as a service.
Wild.
There's the technical exploits are created by one team, and then they're sort of leased out or franchised out to other criminals that maybe don't have the technical ability, but they have the criminal contacts and the criminal intent to use these tools to go out and attack other victims. So it's the difficult thing from a defense standpoint is a lot of times these actors are in countries and locations in the world that are not friendly to our wants and warrants. They have non-extradition with the U.S., so it's very difficult to. It's kind of like whack-a-mole, right? We can figure out where one is, and you can take down their infrastructure, and it just pops up somewhere else, or somebody else starts franchising with them. So, from that respect, there's a long way to go as far as combating this at a global level. But it really is because you can almost use that to your advantage to protect yourself because they're a business. They don't want to spend any more than they need to get a win. And that's where it comes into, us being a slightly less attractive target is really sometimes all it takes for them to just move on and look for something easier.
And when it comes to some of these schemes, like you said, they're a business and they've gotten better over the years when it comes to their schemes, right? Like we're not still hearing from like a
Yeah.
Nigerian prince. Like these
They
are
look legit.
believable
Yeah.
things, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So you bring up the Nigerian prince. That was a common one for a while, and they were really clunky. They were pretty obvious, that there was something up with this kind of email or even some of the phone calls. One of the troubles that we're having right now is with the advent of AI and these large language models. Anybody anywhere in the world can sound like a native English speaker and sound like they understand transportation. And they can even sound like someone you've dealt with in the past at a specific organization. And so it's getting harder for our automated tools to spot and filter out these kinds of attacks because they're more and more believable. And so that's where the education piece is so important, because we as humans, we're actually one of the best detection mechanisms for these types of attacks, because we often kind of get a sense that like something's a little off here. And I like to teach people to listen to that spidey sense. If something seems off, it probably is. And, you need to understand that just because somebody sends an email from a quote unquote legitimate address, if something seems strange about what they're asking for or what they're sending you, pick up the phone and call them.
They feed
keep
off that
those
too.
Trusted contacts that you have.
And they feed off that
100%.
too, yeah, because
100%.
that sense of urgency that they try to get you to do something before you can take that beat and think about it, right?
Yep, there's a couple of real tells when it comes to social engineering, and one of them is a false sense of urgency. You got to do something right away. There's a fear of consequence or the threat of authority. Those are really common things. And then sometimes you get into like a shame or embarrassment angle where it's like, do this or people are going to think you're dumb kind of a approach. That's also used in social engineering. But in transportation, one of the most effective ones is that, has to happen right now, because we're pretty used to that in transportation. A lot of stuff is urgent, time sensitive. So it's just understanding how to catch, when something is just a little off. Give it a beat, think for a second, and say, wait, does this make sense? Is what I'm being asked to do really legitimate, and does it have to happen right now?
As if this wasn't scary enough, Ben, let's really scare people. And I think I know the answer to this, and maybe I'm wrong, but artificial intelligence, I guess I'll just ask you, with this entire situation that we're talking about, is it going to make things better, or is it going to make things worse?
So I'm going to give you the most frustrating answer. I'm going to say yes.
I don't know. Yeah, which is fair. Yeah,
but we can fight fire with fire here, because yes, the generated AI models are helping the bad actors, but they're also helping the defense. One thing that AI and machine learning are really good at is pattern recognition and recognizing anomalies. Exceptions. And so we are using that on the defense side to improve on detection, right? So as the threat actors get better and better at using these tools to create believable phishing attempts and fake content, our detection tooling is getting better and better at picking up on exceptions to processes and exceptions to expected traffic on the network, so to speak. So it's anytime there's a new technology, the bad actors are going to use it, but the defense can use it as well. And so we've seen kind of a front loading of it's giving the bad guys an advantage first, but we're catching up and we're also using it on the defense side. And now I think that that's starting to even out a little bit.
Yeah.
The reality is it's just raised the playing field a little bit on both sides. So it's more and more important to stay educated and understand how criminals are using these tools, and not just what they can do. What we see in the news about what AI can do. It's how can it be misused? Be aware of that.
Now, you mentioned the importance of being educated. I know one of the ways that your association's helping with that is a conference coming up this fall. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, we put on an annual cybersecurity transportation conference. We're actually the only cybersecurity-focused conference for transportation industry specifically. So that's going to be in Austin, Texas this year, October 26th, 27th, 28th. So we bring together a lot of industry experts from both transportation and cybersecurity. This year, we're actually going to be having a couple of tracks on cargo crime and fraud specifically, both from a lessons learned perspective from folks on the front lines, and also some experts in the field of fraud prevention and cargo crime investigation, that type of thing. So pretty excited about that.
Yeah.
We do some hands-on stuff. We're going to be teaching people how to do kind of a risk assessment and run some tabletop exercises in their own organizations. So a lot of really, really good content, bring people together from the industry and really focus on how these cybersecurity concerns are impacting transportation specifically.
Yeah, it's a great reminder, too, that we're all stronger together when we come and come together and fight back against these folks. Ben, we don't have a whole lot of time, but real quick, if people want more information from you about cybersecurity, from the association, where should they go?
So the nmfta.org/cybersecurity is a great kind of landing page that's going to give you access to all of our webinars, our articles, the guidebooks. The owner-operator core controls are on there. It's all free to download, so we just put all that information out for everyone. nmfta.org/cybersecurity. You can reach me directly on LinkedIn. Happy to talk to anybody anytime.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Whether you like it or not, autonomous vehicles are becoming more and more common on American roadways, which is actually providing us more information about the safety of AV technology. Our next guest recently looked into what we know and what we don't know about the safety gaps that are out there right now. Missy Cummings is currently an engineering and computer science professor at George Mason University, and she joins us now on Trucking with OOIDA. Professor Cummings, how are you today?
Great, and it's great to be back.
Yeah, it's great to have you, and I'm going to pick your brain and we're going to get to the bottom of this autonomous vehicle thing here if we play our cards right here. I want to start actually by kind of touting your credentials, if I may. As I said there, you're a researcher and a professor now. Before that, you were a senior safety advisor at NHTSA. You were also a fighter pilot. So you've clearly done a lot, but you really seem to have grasped onto this autonomous vehicle subject. I'm curious what drew you initially to the issue to begin with, and also what's kept your interest in this topic going?
Well, what really drew me was the fact that I had been a fighter pilot, which is working with some of the most advanced automation. This was back in the 90s, and seeing so many people die. And it was amazing to me that there could be so many deaths given the fact that this technology was supposed to be so advanced, and also, even back then, it's going to be safer. With all these technologies were somehow going to make pilots safer, and that just didn't happen. So I decided to go back to school to find out more about how can we better design systems to work with humans instead of against them.
That's interesting. So even back then in the 90s, obviously, I think we were talking probably about different technology when you look at, fighter jets and whatnot. But there are some parallels now, to what we're seeing now with autonomous vehicles. What kind of technology were we talking about back then that kind of was raising concerns?
Well, even back then, there was a problem with mode confusion. And indeed, it was the 90s that really brought this concept to our attention. And that is the fact that automation or autonomy can be in one mode, but if it's not designed correctly, humans can easily mistake it to be in another mode. And so that can lead to, in some cases, catastrophic accidents. And also just simply how to design systems so that people can understand how their interactions are going to affect the system.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly parallels then to what we're talking about today. And I think we can jump into your most recent research paper here titled Identifying Research Gaps Through Self-Driving Car Data Analysis. Take us back to the beginning of this paper. What was the angle? How did this particular study begin, and what were you looking for in particular?
Well, that paper was a direct response to Waymo's claim that their cars were safer than human drivers. And I wanted to take a fresh look at the data that has been coming to light through the NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Standing General Order, and also data that was coming to light through the California Waymo program, their reporting program they had. And when you look at that data, it is actually quite clear that Waymo's claims are not true. So if I'm giving Waymo the benefit of the doubt, at best, their claims could be seen that they are at least on par with rideshare drivers. But this is something that people don't know in America, is that rideshare drivers are having accidents 4 to 6 times more often than your average driver like you or me. And that's pretty concerning, that fact in and of itself. And it does look like, at least for the deployment in California, that Waymo is on par with rideshare drivers. But even this is a tricky comparison because Waymo has remote operators, one or more, supervising every single drive. And so it's not really a direct and fair comparison. It's an apples to oranges thing. You and I, when we drive, nobody's helping us from a remote operations center. So it's not really fair to compare regular drivers to driverless cars with all sorts of human babysitters. So I wanted to address those numbers, but then I also wanted people to understand, look, we should stop making these comparisons because they're not the same. One, self-driving cars have all this remote assist and humans don't. So let's just stop the comparison. What we really need to look at are the modes of accident. how are the accidents really happening, and is there something we can do to reduce those? And one of the things that was clear in the research that we did is that far and away the highest accident modality is that self-driving cars are getting hit from behind. And there's some reasons for that we can go into in a few minutes. But this is an accident modality that we hadn't really understood yet because we didn't have the data to understand that it was there.
Right. And we do have that data now, thanks in part, I think, because we do have in California, right, we've got Cruise, we've got Waymo, we've got Zoox as well, which have been conducting these autonomous, I want to say experiments, but it's even gone beyond experiments, right, in that they're actually having passengers in there. But we do have enough data now to kind of make a determination on all the things that you're talking about, right? We do have enough. Is that right?
Yeah. So now the data is in, and the data is showing us that on any given month, Waymo is experiencing almost 2 times more rear-end collisions that your average driver is experiencing. And having sat through some of those investigations, it's quite clear that there is a problem in self-driving cars that the computer vision systems, even when they're augmented with sensors like LiDAR, they will see things that aren't there. This is what we call phantom braking / hallucinations.
Right.
And this causes the cars to do aggressive hard braking maneuvers, much harder than your average driver is making. And then even if you're following 2 seconds distance, even if you're doing the best driving that you've been taught, because self-driving cars can actuate harder and faster than humans, then you're going to see humans who are otherwise paying attention rear end the back of cars, and with very bad effect. Indeed, this is the reason, one of the main reasons that you're not seeing self-driving trucks able to start actually driving for real. Because it's one thing for a Toyota Sentra to slam on its brakes going 65 miles an hour, and it's a completely other for a semi-tractor trailer to do it. And if we can't fix this problem, if we cannot figure out how to address the phantom braking problem, self-driving trucking is DOA.
Yeah. Yeah, and I certainly want to talk about that. I do want to make sure that we focus on kind of what's going on with the research that you did here, in that you talk about phantom braking. Is that, and that's by far I think the most common cause for these crashes involving these autonomous vehicles. But what are some of the other causes that were out there as well? Maybe kind of moving down the list in terms of what caused them.
Yeah, there's also, in addition to the phantom braking issues, there are a lot of perception problems where cars will not see things that are there. And we know that, for example, things that have long, thin protrusions are causing cars to not see them. Think about gates, like the gate arm. That's very hard for self-driving cars to see. And it is both hard for them to see because the sensors can't get it, like LiDAR necessarily, but also the computer vision programs that are underpinning this. They're not being trained sufficiently on all the different objects that could be seen. And indeed, things like fences, gates, wires, they're hard to see even for humans. And so it's a real heavy lift for self-driving cars to do it. And there's also a big problem with what we call just reasoning. Every now and then, I just saw another video the other day of a Waymo going the wrong way down the street.
Yep.
The cars this is what I tell people about self-driving cars and also about generative AI, like large language models. AI doesn't know anything. It doesn't reason. It doesn't think. And this is what you'll see. This is how you know that AI is not reasoning, thinking like a human, because how do these cars end up going so far down the wrong way down the street that, they struggle to get out of the situation that they're in? So the good news is that the number of problems that we're having with cars having these big thinking hiccups, they're fortunately at a much lower number than we're seeing than things like the phantom braking issue.
Gotcha. Yeah, so phantom braking is by far and above the number one concern here that we're looking at least right now.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing in the data right now.
You know about these problems and you know about the issue, which means that I would have to assume, and I would hope, I guess as well, that, your Waymos and your Cruises and these other companies know about the issue also. If you got them behind closed doors and, gave them some truth serum or something, I'm sure that they would admit that that is a problem as well. Would they be saying also that, hey, we're working on fixes, there is a technological fix to this, and it's just a matter of time? Or is this a situation where it's such a big problem that it's going to be tough to overcome? How do you, I guess, kind of, see that situation kind of playing out?
Yeah, I think it's too early to say what is going to be an absolute showstopper or not. Personally, in my own research, we're trying to find the sources of these problems. So, for example, it was my lab who found out that the long, thin protrusions are a problem in computer vision recognition, because when the data is annotated, when the training models are developed, human annotators will typically cut off the tips of these things, and so that the true shape does not get learned. So it's still, the jury's still out whether or not, how much we can improve that by improving the training, or are we just going to have to use a different kind of sensor for those things? So that's a good example of, we actually understand more now about one failure mode, but then how to address it in a scalable manner is a completely different story. And I think that that's the other big piece of this. It's hard to make these technologies scale such that they can operate in low speeds and high speeds.
Right.
And I think Waymo's done a good job. I don't want to take that away from them. They've done a good job at showing how operations can be conducted, particularly at suburban speeds. But it's not clear that their solution is going to scale for highways.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with Howes. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. Howes, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibrotech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibrotechtvd.com.
You mentioned it earlier, we've got obviously passenger vehicles, and we've seen how fast that's grown over the past couple of years now, and obviously different states we see them more than we do in others. You also mentioned autonomous commercial trucks, and we have seen some progress on that as well. I'm sure you've seen the news of Aurora in Texas accelerating those fully driverless operations there. What do you make of what you're seeing from Aurora in Texas? And you kind of mentioned the concerns that you have, but as you see that kind of going down the road here, what concerns do you have?
Well, I mean, Aurora had to put a driver back in.
Yeah.
They had to put somebody back in the cab, and I don't think that they were as forthcoming with the fact that even when they supposedly took the person out, there was still a person in the cab, just not in the driver's seat. So, I think kudos to PACCAR for making sure, for insisting that the driver get back behind the wheel, because nobody needs to have to deal with a situation like that. I think that Aurora's attempt at a failed rollout is exactly what I'm talking about. So I think that only proves me right. Now, I'd like to see this technology succeed. I run a robotics lab. I'm here to make the technology work. That being said, it's not clear that the theoretical underpinnings are going to work. And so if we can't figure out how to make sure cars can detect objects, problems at highway speeds, and then have enough time for the vehicle to act accordingly, if we can't fix that, self-driving trucking is never going to work, and it's also going to seriously limit the self-driving car world.
You mentioned something there that I think is important to kind of underline here, in that you are not against the idea of autonomous vehicles, right? And you mentioned why there. You just want to make sure that it's done safely and that we're not putting people at risk. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. I think that Waymo has done a good job of showing relatively safe operations at slow speeds. They've been a little too tight-lipped about their remote operations piece. It turns out that, at least I've heard rumors, that they have a huge offshore facility in the Philippines where they've got all these humans babysitting the cars. Okay, that's fine. That's actually not a bad thing. I think that it would be great if they were a little bit more transparent about it so that people understood what the infrastructure costs are going to be, because that's the other question. So Waymo can do it. They can do it pretty safely. They've only been involved in one fatality. But the question is that going to be scalable over the long term?
Yeah. When we talked a couple years ago, and I think you were rather prescient, actually, in going back and listening to that, because you said at the time that you were pretty skeptical about a sizable or meaningful shift toward autonomous cars and especially trucks on U.S. roadways in the near future. I can't remember the timeline that you mentioned there, but you basically said that you thought at the time that it was further off than others might have you believe. I'm getting the sense from talking to you, and we've seen a lot actually change in the past couple of years since we last spoke, but I'm getting the sense that you still maybe feel the same way about that. And if so, how far off do you think we are from seeing this, autonomous technology be deployed on a wide scale, throughout the United States?
Well, I'm glad that you remembered that conversation.
I did. Yeah.
Because, it's like I tell people, look, I don't get a lot of enjoyment out of, I say, I told you so. I do think, though, it's critical that for safety critical systems that we keep everyone's expectations grounded. Because if you get too excited, if you overhype a technology too much, all these investors jump in and they don't get their return on investment within a few years, then that ultimately ends up hurting the whole community, because then nobody wants to wants to do any more investment. It's almost like a Chicken Little problem. No one will believe you. So I think it's really, really important to stay grounded, and this is why I see now that Waymo is rolling out in all these cities, I see, I hear a lot about, okay, taxi drivers are dead, truck drivers aren't going to have a job anymore. And I'm like, well, that's not true because there's all this remote operations. And if it takes 3 people to make sure one passenger car operates safely, what is that going to mean for trucking? Is it scalable? What about the safety components of doing remote operations? There's some huge safety critical areas inside of that can be lethal. And what we don't want is any more fatalities if we can help it, because then that will really kill the whole industry. So I try to temper people's, high expectations to make them understand, look, if Waymo keeps rolling out in different cities, that's great. Supposedly they're coming to D.C. and New York. I was like, okay.
Yeah, that'll be a test.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
But the real test is Boston in the winter. And so, there's just going to be some areas that you're not going to see these cars. And I also caution all these investors, look, if passenger cars cannot operate at highway speed, self-driving passenger cars, then how are trucks supposed to operate? The funny thing about everything we're talking about is like people just need to exercise some common sense.
Yeah.
If the cars can't operate at highway speed, how are we going to get multi-ton vehicles operating at highway speed?
Yeah. And how would you feel, the general person out there, about an 80,000 plus pound truck, going down the highway at 70 miles per hour without anybody in the cab? That doesn't make me feel great. I don't know about other people, but I know the polls kind of indicate that that's a concern as well.
Yeah, I think the American public who, every year that goes by, they are increasingly wary of these technologies. And look, if I were to tell you, I feel just as comfortable on the road with semi-tractor trailers that are robots that are driven by humans, then if I feel it, then I would sing it from the treetop. But we couldn't be further from that place. And that is why I think people really need to calm down, especially the companies that like to promote the hype. Look, you are not doing the whole industry any favors by claiming that self-driving cars or trucks are about to put truckers out of business, because that is not the case.
In terms of, and we don't have a whole lot of time here, Missy, but in terms of oversight, I'm seeing some things out of D.C. that make me think that they're kind of pulling back on that and kind of opening up the floodgates for, people to do what they want out there, and businesses, I should say, companies. What do you make of the oversight, or maybe lack thereof, that you're seeing out there?
Well, everybody wants to talk about, how the Trump administration rolled in and they're cutting all these regulations. But to be honest, the Biden administration wasn't doing that much either. They were very pro-industry. So the Biden administration was not putting in any rules and regulations in terms of transportation and self-driving cars that had to be rolled back. I also think we're not in the right place for putting out a lot of federal regulation about self-driving cars, because the technology is still so nascent, still early in the game. So there's no reason we should go out and start overly regulating a technology that's still very experimental at best. I would say the one caveat to that is that the federal government should jump in and start regulating remote operations, because we've already seen one crash in California that happened because of time delay for remote operations for Waymo. And that, as Waymo starts to scale up and up, if they're going to continue to have all of these people offshore, then those delays are just going to be even that much more critical. And inevitably someone will die, and there will be a lawsuit, and someone will get killed because of a delay in a remote operation. That information will come to light, and then again, that could really hurt the whole industry, which is something we don't want.
Absolutely. Missy, I could talk to you all day about this, but unfortunately we are out of time. Your crystal ball was working a couple years ago when we talked. I hope we can talk to you before 2 years from now to kind of, track how this is all going and where we're headed. But we really appreciate the perspective, appreciate your research, and appreciate you talking with us today.
Anytime.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.